uncertain environment, organized by the Department of Management, Yorkshire Institute of Management Studies. It is my great privilege to walk you through the conference and introduce the speakers and delegates that you have come from all over the world to share their knowledge and enhance our mental horizon. This year, we are starting our first international conference and online paper presentation platform. Yesterday already we started off, but today we are continuing with the same with the same. It holds us a special value because this is the first time in our history of Yorkshire that we are doing an international conference, that through in a virtual platform. Due to this pandemic situations, many of us are unable to do international conferences and so on, but we are making an attempt to bring it up to a next level, to a virtual platform. Nowadays, everything is in a virtual way, and we are trying our level best to bring it up. And due to the changing costs, due to the changing timing caused by this COVID-19, we encourage our participants to stay safe and maintain this social distance throughout the days to come. The theme of the conference is management in uncertain environment. We have experts from different parts of the country, especially from the UK, Professor Stanley Oliver, and from Sri Lanka, our keynote speaker of the day today, Professor WRPK Fernando. So it is my privilege to welcome you all, and also our professor from Oman, Dr. Radha Priya. She's working in Al Musana University in the Sultanate of Oman. So it's a great privilege for myself to welcome all these eminent professors from throughout the world. Now I invite our beloved assistant professor, Reverend Father Shaiju Pariyat, who always stand by us and provide all the support. He's not just a leader to us, but he's always our inspiration to you. So welcome to you, Father. Now I invite our professor, Ms. Jisha Shankar, to introduce the keynote speaker, the chief guest, the main person from Sri Lanka, Professor Dr. WRPK Fernando. Yes, before we start off, we will have blessings from the Almighty. We'll have blessings from the Almighty God. Now, let us start the session, start the day with a blessing from the Almighty God. Now, let's close our eyes and pray to the Almighty. And
Jesus, my Savior, Lord, there is none like you. All of my days, I want to praise the wonders of your mighty love. My
Yes, now we will hear to the message of Reverend Father Shaiju Pariyat, our Assistant Director of Yuvakshetra Institute of Management Studies.
Good morning, everyone. During this corona pandemic, the entire world is in a crisis. All the sectors, be it education, economy, business, whatsoever, all have come to a standstill almost. The entire population is in a dilemma, not knowing what to do, how to go forward. But we human beings have always shown a capacity to open many doors when one door is closed. They come up with new suggestions and new ideas. This international conference on management in uncertain environment will come up with new ideas or suggestions one way or the other to go forward. I congratulate the Department of Management, Yuvakshetra College, for organizing such an international conference on management. I wish all the best to the resource persons, to the coordinators, and to all the participants. Thank you once again and wish you all the best.
ഒരു മിനിറ്റ്. Yes, thank you, Father. Now it is high time for us to inaugurate the ceremony by inaugurate the second day of our international conference on management in uncertain environment, organized by the Department of Management, Yuvakshetra Institute of Management Studies, Palakkad, Kerala. Now I heartily welcome our professor from Sri Lanka, Dr. W.R.P.K. Fernando. Sir, over to you. He is actually live right now in Sri Lanka. Sir, Fernando, sir. Yes, you can unmute the button, sir. You can press the unmute and you can press the unmute button, sir. Can press the microphone unmute button is there. Kindly wait for 2 minutes time. Sir is just trying to press the, trying to speak from Sri Lanka itself. Just hold on for 2 minutes, please. Professor, there will be a red color button, which a microphone symbol. You can press it, so it will get unmute. Professor?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. We are able to hear you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much that you're speaking all the way from Sri Lanka, from the Kelaniya University. Sir, please, the stage is all yours. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Very good morning. Hello. Very good morning. Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
His Excellency Jacob Methodist, Director YIMS, Reverend Dr. Matthew Vashali, Principal of YIMS, Dr. Tony Anthony, Vice Principal, YIMS, Reverend Dr. Lalo Likkal, Head Department of Marketing, YIMS, Ms. Shaila Jan, and ladies and gentlemen, international conferences are great opportunity not only for researchers, but also for policymakers, managers, students, stakeholders, and others. And especially, it is timely important to have such a conference for the entire world during the COVID-19 pandemic situation. Because of such conference, it's give you and me and every participants the chance to listen different point of views and learn new ideas and trends in management fields. This shows that your organization, YIMS, Orchestra, Institute of Management Studies, understands its role, especially now economic activities of Sri Lanka going to reopen, and I hope that India also will soon able to recommence its economic activities. Finally, I want to wish you all the best for success this conference. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It's a really a great privilege for Yokshetra College itself that we got a person from all the way from Sri Lanka to inaugurate to this uh, to this international conference. Thank you so much, sir. It's really a pleasure from us and really pleasure from the management, really pleasure from the department also. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Yes, now I now the second person, the second main important person of the day, Professor Dr. Radha Priya ma'am. I hope many of you already aware about her. She is a very eminent speaker. She's a very eminent faculty. She's a very eminent motivation speaker. She has created many attractive and innovative ideas to the teaching, to the research, and she has given many more insights how to bring up the people, how to bring up the research and the development in colleges. She's like a very important person, and many of you already aware about who she is. And even though if you are not aware, let me introduce her. Dr. Radha Priya. She's a lecturer from the Department of Business Studies from the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Al Musana from Sultanate of Oman. She's a doctorate in commerce from Bharatiyar University, from our own Bharatiyar University, from Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. And she has been in the teaching experience for more than 15 plus years. Her areas of specialization includes in finance and accounting. She has participated and presented research papers in various national, international art journals, that too including Scopus and Web of Science. And she had attended and participated and even chaired for many conferences throughout the world, and also made many publications in her credit itself. She is also a reviewer in journals, and she is organized many conferences, seminars, workshop, and faculty development programs. She is also served as a consultant and a cluster head in the India Infoline and Reliance Life Insurance Private Limited. So it is a very eminent person for us, for the department, and for us, for the college itself. And Radha Priya ma'am, she is already there live. Ma'am, would you like to speak a few words from your end, ma'am? Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you very much. Nice talking to you. Hope you can hear me. Hello. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction, sir, and nice getting with you all. A respected pattern, honorable organizing committee, the program coordinators, technical coordinators, advisory committee members, the resource persons, professors and students of your Shekara Institute of Management Studies, and the participants of this two-day international conference. A pleasant good morning to everyone. There are special moments and occasions in life of every community that brings people together, and today is really one such day. First of all, let me congratulate the organizers of this two-day international conference on management in uncertain environment for bringing together a truly international community of academicians to share experience and research findings on all aspects of specialized interdisciplinary fields. The conference has presented us with a premier learning opportunity combined with vibrant networking activities and get involved in discussions on latest innovations, trends, and practical concerns and challenges in the field of management during this uncertain period. The conference theme is very much unique, most appropriate, and fitting during this pandemic time. It has bestowed us with wonderful and memorable takeaways. The insight gained in this international conference would be a kind of eye opener, and it served a source of enriching knowledge for each and everyone who were part of this. My hearty congratulations to all the participants for their enthusiastic participation and interesting presentations. My hearty congratulations again. Let me wish all of you present here the opportunity to leave your signature in this two-day international conference organized by this illustrious institution. On behalf of the organizers, the management, and staff, I wish each one of you the very best. My best wishes to the organizers for coming up with many such fruitful conferences and sessions in future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now the inaugural ceremony is getting to be over. Now I invite Professor Jisha Shankar, Department of Management, Yogakshetra Institute of Management Studies, Palakkad, Kerala, for giving the vote of thanks. Ma'am, over to you.
Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. W.R.P.K. Fernando, University of Kelania, Sri Lanka, Dr. Radha Priya, University of Technology and Applied Science, Al Musanna, Sultanate of Oman, Assistant Director, Respected Director, Principal, Assistant Director, Vice Principal, our most valued invited guest, HOD, faculty, students, and all our participants. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, Jisha Shankar, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, extend a very hearty welcome and vote of thanks to all speakers on behalf of the Department of Management for gracing your valuable works and sharing with us your ideas and opinions today. I am conveying heartfelt thanks to Dr. W.R.P.K. Fernando for his efforts towards University of who is working in University of Kelania, Sri Lanka, for his efforts towards making our second day of international conference really worthwhile. We are very proud to have you as our chief guest, sir, for the international conference. Thank you very much, sir, for your graceful presence throughout the event. Thank you, sir. Next, I express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Dada Priya, Lecturer, University of Technology and Applied Science, Al Musana Sultanate of Oman, for her precious words. Thank you, ma'am. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for our Assistant Director, Reverend Father Shaiju Periyat, who graced us with his thoughts provoking address that provide us a perfect platform for this event. Thank you, Father. I also extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Joseph Verghese, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, for welcome address. I am thankful to our beloved director, principal, vice principal, who always behind us, providing their valuable advices, support, and guidance throughout this event. An event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheel starts rolling weeks ago. Thank you all, my dear colleagues, for your sincere effort that made this event become a reality. Last but not least, I thank you everyone for your involvement and willingness to take on the completion of the task without any hesitation. Once again, I want to state that we are all most grateful to all the speakers of this day. I thank you all for being with us today. It's been our pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful thanks, vote of thanks from your end. Now, the entire inaugural ceremony of the second day ceremony is over. Now we will move on to the keynote addresses. Now, Professor WRPK Fernando, he has already classes to conduct over there. Also in Sri Lanka, also online classes has to be taken care of. So, sir will not be present lively, but for the safer side, he has already provided the record version of what the keynote address, record version of the keynote address. He has already sent it to us. So we will start the video presentation of the keynote session of WRPK Fernando. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, it's a great pleasure and a great honor because you came all the way from Sri Lanka lively, that too in virtual platform. It's a really a great pleasure for us, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Participants, kindly wait for Fernando sir's keynote address.
The economic Sri Lanka during the COVID-19 pandemic. Welcome to all. Your guest star, Institute of Management Studies. First, there are few important names to mention. His Excellency Jacob Winter, Director of YIMS, Dr. Matthew, Principal of YIMS, Dr. Tommy Anthony, Vice Principal of YIMS, Reverend Dr. Alu Khan, Head of the Department of YIMS, Mrs. Saila Jan. Respectful ladies and gentlemen, today our topic, economic of Sri Lanka during the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to briefly talk about the COVID-19 before talking about the topic. First of all, I would like to mention about world situation. the COVID-19 coronavirus is reported spread now more than 200 countries in the world. The numbers keep climbing by the minute. By today, there are over 7 million confirmed cases and over 400,000 deaths. Now, Sri Lankan situation. We can consider about Sri Lankan situation. On 31st December 2019, the World Health Organization Office for China was informed about cases of pneumonia, unknown cases in Wuhan, China. Since then, the outbreak has significantly expanded across borders, leading the World Health Organization to declare COVID-19 a pandemic on March 11, 2020. In Sri Lanka, infections were limited to a single person until 11th March 2020, but number increased rapidly to 550, and then to over 300 confirmed cases within 7 casualties by mid-April 2020. Actually, we want to identify what's the during at the time Sri Lanka COVID-19 affected time. 11th March 2020. Now it's something going on to now. 11 March of 2022 to now. COVID-19 in Sri Lanka, according to the Health Promotion Bureau, 2020, 24th August 2020, informed some highlighted some figures. Total confirmed cases 2,953. Death 12. 12. 12. 1st of June 2020. Death amount is 11. After 82 days, 23rd August 2020, again another person. Now it rate 12, but especially after 82 days, one person died. Now death count is 12. Sri Lanka population 20 million, more than 20 million. Right? Compared to other countries, especially those in South Asia, Sri Lanka seems to have some control, but does not mean that there are no 100% patients. No, discuss our topic, the economy of Sri Lanka during the COVID-19 pandemic. This topic is a very light topic. I like to discuss. Read. There are 10 topics: inflation, action, economics, activities in Sri Lanka, unemployment rate, employment by economic activity, margin total revenue and expenditure, direct, indirect export related businesses, balance of trade, textile and garment, tourist, rail, first, according to Sri Lanka, Central Bank of Sri Lanka. Now you can see month and inflation rate. This is percentage. You can see January percentage 7.6, February 8.1, March 7, April 5.9, May 5.2, June 6.3, July 6.1. Now you can see inflation rates during the time 6 months. 6 months. Now you can see those domestic market price. 2019 first quarter, you can see more than 2.3 million. First quarter of 2020, it's less than 2.3 million. Now it's a situation because of COVID-19 pandemic. You can see key economic activities in Sri Lanka. There are 3 categories. Agriculture, industry, and services. Agriculture depends on tea, rubber, coconut, paddy, cinnamon, and more agriculture goods. Industry, especially industry depends on apparel and garment and other activities. Services. Services depend on tourism, foreign employment, committees sent by Sri Lankans working abroad. Next, unemployment rate. The percentage of total employment. First quarter 2009, you can see percentage. There was presentation 52.6. It was presentation as part of 2020. Unemployment rate. Now you can see 4.7%. First part of 2019, 4.7%. First quarter of 2020, 5.57. Unemployment rate increase 4.11 to 4.7. Unemployment rate as a percentage of total employment. As a percentage of total employment. Labor force. Participant rate 52.6 was part of 2019. It's a start of 2020, 51. Unemployment rate, that's the percentage of total employment, 4.7 for start of 2009. 5.7 first quarter of 2020. Now you can see unemployment rate increase from 4.7 to 5.7. Employment by economic activity as the percentage of total employment. Now you can see there are two columns. 2019, part of 2019, this part of 2020. Agriculture, this part of 2019, 24.7. First part of 2020, 26.5. Industry, as part of 2019, is 28.3. First part of 2020, industry 27.1. Services, first part of 2019, 47.1. First part of 20, 46.4. Industry and services, something decrease. Percent was up by 9. Now you can see government total revenue and expenditure. First part of 2020. Million rupees. Million rupees. Now you can see month. March. Total revenue and total expenditure. Total revenue. Now you can compare total revenue and total expenditure. 1,38,497. That's the total revenue. Total expenditure. 2,37,308. February 1,79,003. February total expenditure, you can see it's 21,032. March, you can see 87,574. But total expenditure you can see 2,08,580. See here total revenue 71,458. But total expenditure 1,839. Now you can see direct and indirect export related businesses. Industry, apparel, tourism, IT, tea, spices and plantation. Now you can see summary external sector performance. Category exports, imports, trade balance, money from tourism. June 2009, US million exports 1,084, imports 1,400, trade balance minus 360. Earning from tourism 190. So June 2019. Now we can compare the data 2020, June 2020. This million exports and reduce. Imports. So also you can see this June 2009 trade balance. So also something certain minus 181. Now change you can see 70.5 minus 24.6. Money from tourism 100 minus 100. So we non-impact tourist January to June 2009, you can see exports, imports, goods. 2019 values, they are something high comparatively. June 2020 values something less. Change this one. You can see. Now balance of trade. First quarter 2020. First quarter million. Now you can see month and value. January 730.4 minus. February minus 573.5. March 500. plus or minus 548.7. April plus or minus 804.3. Balance of trade. First part of 2020. US dollars. You can see month value. January, February, value. You can see 730.4 minus. February also minus 573.9. March minus 548.7. April also minus, you can see 840.3. Balance of trade. The balance of trade we can discuss about apparel and textiles. One of the highest contributors towards national export with over US dollars 5 billion in export revenues. Based on some data as at February 2020 provided by Central Bank of Sri Lanka, new orders and employment showed down, particularly in the manufacturing of textile and wearing apparel sector with the decrease in global demand. The coronavirus outbreak has affected major export destinations of Sri Lanka, such as Italy. Furthermore, some respondents highlighted that their raw material imports have been delayed due to supply side disruptions due to the pandemic outbreak. Hence, enterprises also decline in manufacturing in the short term. External trade indicates export value, textile and garment markets 2020. January, February, March, April. Values is equal to 2010. The rate 2010 equal to 1. Now you can see 1 January, February, March, April. Value 100, 84.8. February 100, 88.8. March 178.7. April 199.1. Tourist arrivals in 2020 part of 2020. You can see months, January, February, March, and June. SLS, you can see in 2009, first quarter 2009, compare 2009. Total tourist arrivals 2,28,444. February, you can see 7,507. Especially, we want to highlight about the as no tourist arrival was recorded for the third consecutive month in June 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Cumulative tourist arrival remained at 500 5 lakhs and 711 during the first 6 months of 2020 compared to 1,800,449 arrival recorded during the corresponding period of 2009, which disruption to global travel and restrictions issues from some countries due to the pandemic outbreak. Sri Lanka tourism industry will be significantly affected. Now, end of my presentation. Especially, I want to thank you, Organizing Committee, who this chance to me. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, it is high time for us to hear the message from our keynote person, Dr. Radha Priya ma'am from Sultanate of Oman. Ma'am? Yes, ma'am. You can.
Yes, sir, I'm very much here.
Yes, thank you. Thank
Can
you.
you hear me,
Thank
sir?
you so much. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. A pleasant good morning again to everyone present here. And it is my pleasure to discuss with you about the managing finance key to sustained economic prosperity. And I'm not going to share anything which is new to you or you're not much aware about. It is just a kind of recalling what we all already know to manage this pandemic time in a most effective way. Let me share my presentation now. And let us start with an fact about America, which is known to be a much developed country. Though it is a much developed country, here is an information which we all will be startled to know about. About 58% of Americans do not have a retirement plan in place for how they will manage their finances when they get old. While people generally believe they'll need about $3 lakhs to support themselves in retirement, the average American has only about $25,000 saved at the time of retirement. Average household credit card debt among Americans now stands at a very distressing level of $15,204. Why I share this fact is that let you all just recall the fact that why managing finance is very much important for an individual. Personal financial management, when we talk about, it is a daunting and continuous task that can cause even most economically savvy individual to become confused or short-sighted. Indeed, in a world where assets and investments move quickly and we link our bank accounts to innumerable services and make purchases with a touch of a button, financial management is trickier concept than ever before. To make most use of the money at your disposal, it requires constant awareness and strategic thinking in place. So, what is this managing finance all about? Managing finance simply means gaining an understanding of your financial position, not situation, in order to make the most of your assets in day to day life and planning for your future. Why this finance? Why should you manage this finance? Once the finance management is a good thing, a person is all aware about managing finance, he can plan his income very much. He can take care of the cash flows, the capital requirement, it helps him plan the investment part. Managing finance helps him improve the standard of living. It offers a good financial understanding. It helps them to manage the assets. It finds out how and when, how much to invest in each kind of asset, how much to save. And it also offers you an ongoing advice when you feel that you're little not aware about few concepts of investment or saving. It gives you an awareness to seek an advice from a financial expert. So managing finance helps us in all this. So how do we manage finance? When we say how do we manage this finance, our Wikipedia says that make a budget, spend your money successfully, make smart investments, build your savings. If you do all this, you can manage finance. Yes, you might all feel now that we all know this, but the question is how much to save, how much to invest, not how much money to spend now, right? So, to answer this, I want you all to listen to this question and just have a small thought towards it. If a thing costs rupees 1000, and now if that particular thing is on sale for 750 rupees, earlier it was 1000 rupees, now it is offered at the rate of rupees 750, and now you decide to buy the product. Now, can you tell me whether have you saved rupees 250 nor spent rupees 750? Yes? So it all depends on whether you have saved 250 or spent 750. It all depends on whether the particular thing which you decided to buy, whether is it a necessary or a luxury for you. If it is a necessity, it means that you have saved 250. If it is a luxury, you could postpone, you can survive your life without the particular product, then which means that it is that you have spent rupees 750. So this question in deciding how much to save, how much to spend, how much to invest, it is a unique question for each and every one of us, and the answers for this question differs from one individual and another individual. It is totally different. So what requires here is strategic thinking, right? And a survey says that one should start saving when he is below 30 years. And the amount of money what he could start saving is 30 percentage of his income. This is what a survey says about how much to save, when to save. What we could do is that if you feel that we are not much aware about this financial planning part, neither we could seek the advice of financial experts or try recalling and reminding ourselves or remembering ourselves of the successful words of successful investors like Warren Buffett. He says that about savings, his opinion is that we should not save what is left after spending, but spend what is left after savings, which means that a person should plan about savings first. So, only thing for spending that is left over is after you save, whatever is left that you could start spending. About spending, he says that if you buy things you don't need, soon you will have to sell things what you very much need. So when you start spending, when you wanted to purchase something, we should be very cautious, put a lot of thoughts whether you decide to buy that particular product, whether it is really needed. If it is not that much needed, then one day it will make you sell, which is very much important for you. So all this will help us understand why this managing finance is very much important for an individual. Now let us move and understand how this individual savings is really going to help the economic prosperity of a nation. And it is possible through the form of capital formation. We all know what is capital formation. Anyway, let me tell you also. So, transfer of savings from individuals, not households, to the business sector directly through investments or indirectly through bank deposits, which are loaned out to firms, this capital formation happens. So, capital formation is a key for economic development as it eradicates the poverty and enhances the productivity by building strong infrastructure facilities, advanced technologies, multifaceted production methods, and efficient utilization of natural human resources. Effectual capital formation really paves way for increased productivity in agriculture, industrial goods, services, and superior rates of economic growth could be felt, augmented levels of per capita income happens, the standard of living improves, and the country need not depend much on the foreign capital. So what happens when an individual saves is that it will lead to the production activity, creating employment opportunities, and finally, the GDP, gross domestic product, it will improve. So, as what is the role of this GDP, gross domestic product? So, gross domestic savings actually has served as a barometer for business progress, for the economic progress of a nation. GDS really contributes for GDP as well as India is concerned. The economic progress of India has equally facilitated the contribution of gross domestic savings, leading to improved levels of GDP. Now let us have a look on the trends, how this GDS has really helped the GDP. The share of GDS rise from 9.51 percentage in the year 1950-51 to 23.68 percentage by the end of the year 2000 and 2001. It touched the highest in the year 2011-12, contributing to 34.65 percentage, which means that the contribution of savings for the gross domestic product in India stood at 34.65 percentage. The economic growth pattern in India since independence proves that the contribution of savings is the most critical factor which holds and leads the country in the growth path. Now, what do we do is that we should understand what is our role here in helping the country prosper economically and help it grow sustainably. Our role is all about financial discipline. So, financial discipline refers to how well you are able to conform your spending and saving to the plans that you have set to achieve your monetary goals. Those who don't follow the basic rules of borrowing, spending, investing face situations like what Kingfisher is facing, nor what is happening in Western countries. So we had our seniors, bosses, who keep us watch to reinforce our workplace discipline. But when it comes to financial discipline, we don't have a holistic view of our finances, nor what effect one decision is going to give on the other. We come to know about our financial undisciplined behavior when we are punished in the form of a loan rejection due to bad credit score, nor life insurance rejection due to non filing proper income tax returns. So, the financial discipline is very much important. And unfortunately, we do not learn about this financial discipline in schools, and thus we have to learn it by ourselves. There are a number of obstacles that stand in our way when it comes to financial discipline. Over time, we have not practiced the basics, and unfortunately, that has led us much in debts and unprepared retirement with little or no emergency fund at all. Many of us are not aware of what our debt really costs us, and we don't know really what our debt looks like, nor think about how it is going to affect our future. So the financial discipline is that which comes by practice. How do you gain your financial discipline is that is being told here. Use the financial discipline to rewire your responses about money. We can associate our happiness with the financial independence. We can create our money objective for ourselves. We can start using automation because automation adds built-in discipline to our financial life because it reduces the likelihood that we will forget our objective and spend money on things we don't need. We can give a challenge for ourselves and keep away from too much spending. And we can change our environment if the environment where we are now performing is really inducing us to spend more. So, this financial discipline will really help us to individually prosper successfully in life. Financial discipline is equally important for a businessman also because if the financial discipline is practiced well, the business can stop unplanned expenses. It can ensure optimum inventory levels to the business. It can maintain positive cash flows. It aids in achieving targets, helps in realizing the vision of the business. It helps in improving the efficiency and offers better negotiation skills. If the finance is not properly managed, none of the business is least bothered about the financial management part. What happens is the business sellouts, which happened recently, which we all witnessed. We all saw what happened to Kingfisher, what happened to Gitanjali Trust Forever, the jeweler, and the recent one is about the sellout of the Future Group, which led to the sale of the complete company, which included so many small businesses in it called Pantaloons, Big Bazaar, FFP, and all that. So, financial management is something which is equally important for an individual and for a businessman also. Now, let us come for the country. Let us try to understand what is crisis. Every country has its economic challenges, has its own economic challenges. And financial crisis and economic crisis are two economic terms which explain the adverse status of developing economies. Financial crisis mainly occurs due to drop of the values in the financial assets, and thus it influences the financial and investment markets in the economy. On the other hand, when it comes to economic crisis, it is the overall slump in economy that has an influence over the entire activities. Financial crisis is often led by the asset nor credit movements. If the asset prices in economy bubbles, credit booms continue, the economy might become unsustainable and result in financial crisis. Banks and financial institutions are key determining parties for financial crisis in any economy. A financial crisis may occur due to overvaluation of assets, as we discussed earlier, and will be intensified by the investor behavior because selling off the assets by the banks, what will happen is that people will start withdrawing savings from the banks, and the financial crisis factors remain in the economy over a significant period of time. It will produce economic recession and depression in the long run, resulting in economic crisis. The economy performs very poorly in this crisis period, and it is characterized by continuous falling of the gross domestic product, rising prices, poor production volumes, which is not going to meet the demand, lower liquidity, higher unemployment, lower investment and trade. In economic crisis, which is caused by the financial crisis, has severe impact on the economy and the general public as well. Let us try to recall what happened in the recent financial crisis during the last decade. The financial crisis of 2008, which is known as the global financial crisis, was severe, and it is known as the financial crisis which was affected the whole world. Excessive risk taking by the banks, combined with bursting of the United States housing bubble, caused the values of securities that were tied with US real estate to plummet, damaging the financial institutions globally, culminating with the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers on September 15, 2018, and an international banking crisis happened. The financial crisis was worst economic disaster since the Great Depression of 1929. It occurred despite the efforts taken by the Federal Reserve and the US Department of Treasury. But India was not that much affected by this financial crisis of 2008 because the financial policies implemented in India were very much supportive for that. India had a huge amount of savings as a percentage of GDP, and the capital formation as a GDP percentage has been growing faster than GDP since 1960s. And adoption of stringent Basel norms really helped India to prevent itself from the economic crisis which happened in the year 2008. So, what did India overdo here? India had something which was overdid, and the aftermath of which we are still facing. There was three stimulus packages in the pace of 3 months, which was announced by the government in December 2008 and 2009, totaling 1,86,000 crore, which was about 3.5 percentage of the GDP. The government continued the stimulus packages in 2019 as well, and because of which the physical deficit touched 6.4 percentage of the GDP. 10 years later, even now, the fiscal deficit continues to hover around 3.5 percentage of our gross domestic product. And the current account deficit for this quarter, first quarter, stands at 2.4% of the GDP, creating new set of problems. So what were the consequences? The recent ratings given by CARE. According to CARE ratings, the NPA, non-performing assets, India had the fifth highest NPA ratio in the world, ranking after Greece, Italy, Portugal, and Ireland. India's NPA ratio stands at 9.85%, while major economies such as Britain, US, Japan, and Germany have ratios less than 2%. One of the observers, astute observers of Economic Times has rightly said that NPA black hole might suck the country's economic banking system. A systematic collapse is certainly possible, they feel. Already, India's weak banking sector has led to anemic credit supply. Most banks are not in a position to lend now, and therefore, businesses cannot borrow for capital expenditure nor the good plans. In turn, this has led to lower employment and slower economic growth, and therefore, the economy is not exactly in good health. Let us have a look on the GDP rates which happened since the financial year 2016. It had a slight increase in the next financial year after 2016, that is in the financial year 2017, the GDP was 8.3 percentage with by an increase of 0.3 percentage. But in the let us have a look on the financial year 2019, where the GDP was 6.1% only. The estimates for the financial year 2020 and 21 shows that the GDP is going to be 4.2 percentage, and for the financial year 21, it is going to be minus 5 percentage. So, what is going to happen to because of the COVID impact on the Indian economy? In India, up to 53 percentage of the businesses have specified a certain amount of impact of shutdowns caused due to the COVID-19 operations, as per FICCI survey, which happened in March. By 24th April, the unemployment rate had increased nearly 19 percentage within a month, reaching 24 percentage, 26 percentage of unemployment across India, according to the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy. Around 14 crore Indians lost their employment during this lockdown, and more than 45 percentage of our households across the nation reported an income drop as compared to the previous years. The World Bank released its Global Economic Prospects report, and it expects India's GDP to contract by 3.2 percentage in 2021. And now this shows the estimates given by various credit rating agencies all over the world. Most of the rating agencies have predicted that the GDP rates will be in the negative, ranging from minus 1.5 percentage to minus 7 percentage. On 1st June, Moody's downgraded India's sovereign ratings to its lowest grade. Now let us have a look on the economist prominent views, some important views of the prominent economists and experts. The former RBI governor, Mr. C. Rangarajan, has said that the government of India must provide lifelines to businesses, extend loans and tax waivers to small businesses, and the self-employed to retain staff, give the direct support severely affected industries, and provide funds to states and tax waivers. Former Prime Minister of India, Dr. Manmohan Singh, is the three steps to stem India's economic crisis. First, the government should ensure people's livelihoods are protected and they have spending power throughout through a significant direct cash assistance. Second, the government should take adequate capital available for the businesses through government-backed credit guarantee programs. The third step, as far as Dr. Manmohan Singh is concerned, is that the government should fix the financial sector to financial institutional autonomy and process. The ex-chief economic advisor to the government of India, Mr. Arvind Subramanian, points out that India has higher proportion of informal sector contributing to the economy as compared to other countries, and reaching to these people can often be a difficult task. As a result, he urges the central government to give full liberty to states to spend and utilize all the resources to the optimum extent. The Nobel Prize winners for in economics for the year 2019, Abid Banerjee and S. Dufflo, stressed upon the fact that there is an urgent need to put money in the hands of the people who need it the most. The government should permit no debt repayments in the near future and use public funds to cover the same. What were the initiatives taken by the government? Let us have a look on it. So India's overall economic package, which was announced, stood around 20 lakh crore, which is about 10% of India's GDP. This package, though announced in 12th May by the Prime Minister, included the previous government actions, including the RBI's announcement of liquidity of 8 lakh crore. The economic package also included the Finance Minister's announcement of the package totaling of 1,70,000 crores on 26 March. The fiscal measures were also implemented by the Reserve Bank of India, which took a simplified personal income regime with reduced rates and moves in line with streamlining of tax code. Expansion of PM's Kisan scheme, which directly transferred money to the farmers in the targeted way, was also taken care of. Higher spending on long-term initiatives such as the rural roads, irrigation, warehousing, transportation to improve the productivity of the economy was also taken care by Reserve Bank of India. Manmohan Singh, when he was addressing to BBC this week, was very much confident about the economy of India. He was mentioning that India's real GDP is 10 times stronger than what it was in the year 1990, and India has lifted more than 300 million people from poverty since then. And Indian economy is intrinsically much stronger now, he feels. But the significant driver of this growth of India's was because of the trade with the rest of the world. The share of the global trade in India's GDP increased nearly fivefold during this period. Mr. Dr. Singh points out that India is much more integrated with the rest of the world now, and he says that what happens to the global economy will have really a significant impact on Indian economy as well. In this pandemic, the global economy is severely dented and will have a big cause for concern for India. Now, what are the concerns? What do we as individuals expect India to do, the government of India to do? So the important things I've just mentioned here. So a direct cash transfer scheme can be thought of to the most vulnerable people. This should be considered by the government seriously, which because this has happened in most of the other countries. The government should loosen its purse and spend money on infrastructure development, and schemes like Rebuild India, Regenerate India can be taken care of. The public sector financial institutions need to be further capitalized and nudged by Reserve Bank of India to lend out low ticket loans below INR 1 crore in the form of working capital to ensure that liquidity comes back into the system. The banking sector needs to be nudged to pass through the rate cuts induced by Reserve Bank of India to the borrowers, and special stimulus packages could be offered to SMMEs, which will revamp and stabilize the growth. Personal tax cuts and tax holidays for 6 to 12 months can be adapted to revive the consumption, which will help spur the economic growth of India. Experts suggested measures such as looking into the NPA norms, tax payments, and income support to those in the unorganized sector. Let us hope for the government to take much initiatives to see a better India. So, what is available with us as an individual is how do we plan our savings and expenses with available income? Income, earning money doesn't come easily, but simplest and easiest thing to do is to spend money. We all know that a penny saved is a penny earned. So let us concentrate, focus on savings, and let us plan our income, spending, and savings wisely with strategic thinking, which will lead to the economic prosperity of our own self and enable India to grow with sustained economic prosperity. Thank you all very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now, the article presentation of day 2 is about to start. On chair 1. No, before that, yes, sorry, my mistake. Dr. Suja Sundaram, a lecturer from Jubail University College for Female Branch, Saudi Arabia. She has also joined along with us. Professor Shailaja Menon will be welcoming her. Kindly wait.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I would take this opportunity to welcome our third keynote address session handled by Dr. Suja Sundaram. My duty is to introduce her as an eminent personality for our today's session. She is an assistant professor, Department of Business Administration, Jubail University College, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Her areas of specialization is marketing and international business. She serves as a department field training coordinator for 5 programs, namely Business Administration, Management Information System, Accounting, Human Resource Program, and Logistics and Supply Chain Management. With 19 years of teaching experience in different universities, acquired excellent proficiency in various programs and courses. Her publications in various journals, both of national and international, helped her evolve as an editorial member in initiating a scientific journal called Global Management Review and SONA Journal of Marketing Research for SONA College. She also held predominant role in the Board of Studies in SONA School of Management during 2011. Though working in the kingdom, she continues to evaluate PhD theses as foreign examiner for Bardiyar University and Periyar University. As a member of American Marketing Association and Stephen Covey community, she participates in many conferences and presides over many workshops in India and abroad. So I'm welcoming you, ma'am, to this. So I think you are a most eminent personality to handle our session. I am wholeheartedly on behalf of the Department of Management and Yuva Kshetra College. I formally welcome you, ma'am, to handle the session. Ma'am, Suja, ma'am.
Yes. Good morning, Shailaja
Good morning.
ma'am. I'm
Okay.
here. I'm here.
Oh, with
I'll
pleasure,
just
ma'am.
share my presentation. Thank you so much for such a nice introduction, ma'am. Thank you very much.
With pleasure, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am. We can
Thank
start
you.
off the
Thank you,
session.
ma'am. I'll just share my PPT for the presentation, ma'am.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Thank you, ma'am.
Um, Ma'am, just to check whether the PPT is visible.
Ma'am, you need to press the present button and then press the share screen button. That is the share option. Are you doing it in a mobile phone or in laptop, ma'am?
No, in the laptop. I did
In the
that.
laptop, okay.
Yes,
Laptop,
I did
in the corner there will be a present now button will be there.
Yes,
Did
sir.
you
Yes,
saw
sir. I
that?
did that. Yes, sir. I
Okay,
did
you have
that.
to click the present
Also-
now button and then it's a
Okay.
PPT, isn't it, ma'am?
Yes, it is a PPT.
So then you have to
Sir,
click
actually,
your
I did
entire
that.
screen. Click your entire screen.
Yes, I did that, but it is
Okay.
not allowing.
Then you have to click on the screen. That screen will be coming. You have to click on that. Then only the share button will be enabled.
Actually, the present now is not able here, sir. It is disabled.
It's not. Come, 1 second. 1 second.
Yes,
Sorry,
yes, yes. It
participants.
is not.
Sorry. Kindly wait. Yes,
Yeah,
Suja ma'am.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, Suja
Yes,
ma'am.
yes,
In the
yes.
yes, I will show you 1 second. 1 second.
No, no, no. I know the process, sir. I know the process. But
Okay.
the button, the present now button is disabled. It is not enabling me to come for the
It is
presentation.
disabled.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can
But
just check
normally,
on.
no, then it might be an error from the, and I'm not sure. Because normally in the right bottom, the present button
Yeah,
will be there.
there is. Yes, there is. I do not know now.
You have to click present now button next to the turn on captions. Did you saw that, ma'am?
Yes, yes, I could see that, and I clicked that, but I do not know. The presentation is not seen here.
Okay, you're not able to present the presentation, ma'am.
I don't think there is. I do not know like what is happening here. As soon as
Okay,
I clicked, it is not working.
okay. Do one thing, ma'am. If you want, you can share your PPT, or else send the PPT to ICMUE.
1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Shall I share the PPT with you through mail?
What, ma'am? I didn't get you. ICMUE2020 @gmail.com. You can send through that.
Okay. But why this is not sharing? Actually, there should be an option of sharing, isn't it? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. It's supposed to come like this. The present now button should be enabled, and I think then it might be an error from your the laptop. I don't, or the version it might have downloaded.
I don't know. Okay, I'll just send my presentation to you so that like you could share it on behalf of me. 1 second.
Okay, fine, fine. You can send it to ICMUE. You can open up your video, ma'am. You can open up your video if you want.
1 second. ICMSUAE.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes.
Am I audible? I
Yes,
have
ma'am.
just
You
sent
are
my
audible.
PPT. Yeah, I've just sent my PPT. You can you just please check the email so that like I could just.
ICMUE2020
Yeah,
@gmail.com.
yeah, 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 yeah. I did that.
Participants, sorry. It's a small error from madam's and from Saudi Arabia. The technical error is there. Sorry. We'll just clarify it right now, and then we'll be joining up. You can hear madam's lecture. Kindly wait. No,
I'll
ma'am.
do one thing. I do not know why it's not opening. I'll just 1 second. I'll just leave the meeting and join again so that
Okay. Fine.
yeah, maybe that would be helpful. Yeah. So
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Yes, participants, the chair will the paper presentation chair, the article presentation chair will be in this following order. Like on chair one, the participants will be yes, Mr. Ajay Kristen. I hope he's available right now, Mr. Ajay Kristen. Then second will be Mr. Yuvarajan. Third will be Vaishnavi. Fourth will be Avinash. Fifth will be Aishwarya. Sixth will be Akil, Denny, and Rehana. This will be on chair one, and Professor Clement Sudhagar and Professor Anand K. These two professors will be chairing for you. And I'm sorry, on chair one, it will be Dr. Guhaselvi and Dr. Matilda Dani. On chair two, it will be Yogesh Subbu. On chair two, Shruti on chair two, Aishwarya on chair two, Lloyd and Kartika on chair two, Sita Lakshmi and Minisha on chair two, Ashok Kumar on chair two, and Lini Norma on chair two. Chair two will be handled by Dr. Clement Sudhakar and Dr. Anand K. Chair two. I hope the information is clear to you. Yes. Yes, Aishwarya AB. Yes, sir. Yes, Aishwarya AB. Thank you, ma'am. Aishwarya AB. Aishwarya AB in chair 2 and Aishwarya KM on chair 1. Kindly, yes, okay. And for chair 1, it will be continuing in the same Google Meet ID. That means in this currently current Google Meet ID, it will be continuing. And for chair 2, the Google Meet ID will be sent to this ICMUE 2020 WhatsApp group. All right. All right. The chair 2 Google Meet ID will be sent to you. That means Professor Clement Sudhakar and Professor Anand K. These two professors will be in chair 2, and their Google Meet ID and the participants who have to participate in that Google chair 2 will be sent in the group, WhatsApp group. All right. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yes, Suja ma'am. Now she
yes,
has joined.
Yes, I'm there, but I do not know. I think there is a technical fault in your side. It is not allowing me to do the present now, because when I'm sharing the screen, it says like you are not allowed to share the screen.
You're not allowed to share the screen.
Yes.
In Google Meet, that will not be happening like that, madam, but it's a common one.
Yep.
Uh,
Can you
you
share
can
on my
directly,
device?
if you want, you can. Yeah, sorry, ma'am. Sorry for interrupting. If you want, you can directly speak for a few minutes, because as this there is a difficulty faced from both of our side. You can directly speak a few words to the participants.
Yes, I
That'll
will.
be much more helpful.
Start my. No, that's all very fine. No problem. I would just begin my session without the PPT. But if possible, just check your
Sure.
email. Just check your email, because I've sent the email to my PPT to the email. So until you just search for the email, I will begin my session here. So a formal thank you to Yog Shikra College. Thank you very much for making me the part of this international conference. I'm really happy to share some of the views and some of my my views and my am I audible? Hello, am I audible? All right, um, so let us begin about starting with digital marketing. You know, like we all are living in unprecedented time, while we none of us have an experience of the detailed challenge of what we are facing now. So the digital marketing has into the peak for very recent years, and exceptionally during this pandemic situation, the digital marketings are really performing well. So I will just quote some of the business that have increased, that seems to have a high amount of increase despite of this COVID difficult situation. So I would like to just mention few industries who are doing exceptionally well. So the first industry I would like to quote is e-commerce platform. When we talk about this e-commerce platform, it is about business to consumer, that is B2C online shopping platform that are delivering goods and supplies to the people home. And this particular platform is into the hype completely nowadays. So take global platforms such as Amazon.com, which has announced that it will be hiring an additional 1 lakh employees to fulfill the growing demand. So just like your Amazon.com, here in Saudi Arabia and in many of the other countries, we have Souk.com. Then we have got mumsworld.com. We have bulkhis.com. So these are some of the e-commerce industries which are witnessing a dramatic increase in the sales with many essentials items out of the stock many a time. So in Saudi Arabia, there is a grocery delivery platform called Nana.sa. Recently, that has raised off the largest funding rounds in 2019. The challenging for this category will be managing their supply chain to fulfill the increase in demand. So this particular grocery shop is doing extremely well, and this has been happening due to the digital way of marketing. The second industry I would like to quote is healthcare. Now, when we talk about the healthcare industry, the most evident category of institutions that are directly engaged in combating the COVID crisis are pharmaceutical companies, isn't it? These pharmaceutical giants are into research labs. They are collaborating directly or indirectly with the government to develop either vaccines or to cure or to come ahead with preventive technologies for COVID as such, isn't it? So the healthcare industries are also one of the important industries. Despite of this COVID situations, they are just grooming highly. So in Saudi Arabia, for example, the Ministry of Health started licensing telemedicine platform. This telemedicine platform is one of an important or innovative way to deliver medicine to the people who are suffering. And this is the first of which was done by Cura Healthcare, which is also witnessing a surge, that means a hike in users since the start of this crisis. The next industry is about big data analytical and data collection industry. Now here, I would like to quote an example of China. China has effectively used big data analytical for disease tracking and containment by this is being done by cross-referencing its national database with information collected from the field. Specialized app has been designed to track citizens' movement, to identify those who were in close proximity to a contaminated person or area, as well as a map area of safety according to the level of contamination. So here we have one of an important company, which is drones. Drones have also been used in data collection, including live streams. So drones is also one of an important I mean, I would say like industry, which have been widely used in China during this COVID-19 crisis, not only for data collection, but also to disinfect certain areas and ensure adherence to impose curfew. For example, dismantling the cluster of people exceeding the authorized limit. So they are focusing on a specific like traffic regulations and making proper rules so that like people are following the social distancing and all. So this is also really into hike where the government is highly in demand of such kinds of products. Then coming to the next industry is remote online platform. This particular industry called remote online platform is like due to both public and private sector workforce working remotely, either voluntarily or otherwise, there has been a worldwide surge in demand of online meeting facilities, especially platform that supports live video communication, such as maintaining your calendar management, chat and attendance tracking, as well as screen sharing, and so on. So there are so many platforms as we are doing it. We have Ding Talk, we have Zoom, we have Skype, we have Google Meet, we have Microsoft applications. So these are many examples which are online remote platform that are helping us to facilitate in this COVID situation. So even I would say like in this pandemic situation when where a college like your college is conducting meetings such kind where you are not stopping the knowledge is keeping on growing. It is both on the side of teachers and the students also. So the next industry I would like to quote is about goods and service delivery. With people forced to being housebound, apps that are delivered essentials such as grocery, food, medicines, and even services such as laundry and home maintenance services are also experiencing growth. Definitely, I would appreciate this kind of application because sitting at home you are able to get lot many product at your home itself, so you just have to sanitize the paper bags or the polythene bags and get get the products at your home. So this is absolutely a fantastic industry which is having a great height in this particular situation. The next one is financial technology. We call it as fintech. This financial technology offered by fintech companies are becoming more popular. Peer-to-peer, we would say like P2P and online banking solutions, which are replacing the traditional cash transaction due to decrease in bank visits, the close down of branches, and people not wanting to handle currencies out of fear of contamination. Those who were slow to adopt fintech technologies before will now be forced to do so. So this may have a positive impact on fintech applications as it is highly unlikely for the consumers who have adopted the fintech solution to go back to their old habits once the pandemic is over. So financial technologies are also under hike. The next industry which I would like to quote is about education technology. I would say this is ed tech, education technology, right? So schools and universities have closed until further notice, but students are continuing their learning remotely. The services and the platform offered by education technology and virtual learning companies are now the go-to platform for home learning. So almost like all the colleges and schools have started this platform, and even all around the world, the system is being adopted. In Saudi Arabia, we've got one of an important academy, which is known as Noon Academy, which have started last year, that is 2019, and they have received one of the largest funding rounds in this year, which is there in pandemic year. Okay, so I have just quoted so many industries which are into a great height. They are just keeping on increasing. They are just booming quite drastically and fantastically. Okay, now how these industries are booming so good. These all industries are booming good because of the digital transformation, which in other words, I would like to quote as the digital marketing also, right? So what is digital marketing and how this digital marketing is going to help you out? So when we talk about this digital marketing is one of an important tool which is an advantageous for improving the customer satisfaction and making the industry more profitable. So here I would like to quote some of the features of digital transformation. The first feature of the digital transformation is restructuring the way the people live. We are coming out of our comfort zone and trying to accept what the industries are providing to us, isn't it? Yeah. So restructuring the way people live, work, think, interact, or communicate. These are the things which has been taken accordingly by us and how the technologies are providing to us. Okay, so this is the first one, like restructuring the way the people think, live, and communicate. The next one is improving efficiency and reduce spending and introducing new services in a fast and flexible manner. So through a fast and a flexible manner, the industries are coming and trying to give a satisfaction to the consumer as such. Okay. The third one is about achieving radical changes in the service providing to individuals in areas of health, education, safety, and improve their experiences and the productivity also. This is third feature of the digital transformation. The next one is about change, work model, and the mentalities. The fifth one is to take advantages of modern technologies to improve the productivity and the planning process. The sixth advantages is enabling and faster the innovation track. The seventh one is provide a strategy to create a higher competition or a higher competitive value among the industries as such. Okay, so these are various digital transformations which is happening, which has already been done in the companies, but these features are mostly adapted now in this pandemic situation, and based on this, the marketing companies are really taking an advantages to make the customer more satisfied out of it, and they are really going on a peak. Now, I would like to tell about the advantages of such kinds of digital marketing or digital transformation. The digital transformations or digital marketing is replacing the traditional process with the digital process, and it is increasing the time dedicated to the development. So now we are more conscious about our timings, and we are more conscious about the productivity of the company, and we are more conscious about the quality of the product also, which the technologies are really giving. The next one is like speed up the everyday work. I would say like in the pandemic situation also, we haven't stopped our work, and even the business, the companies haven't stopped their work. Everybody is into one or other way to just check their productivity. They are not stopping. They are just keeping on coming ahead into the scenario and trying to provide you with every facilities. Applying new services in a quick and the flexible manner, improve the quality of the work, and increase the satisfaction is also the advantages of the digital marketing which has been happening. Now, I would just want to give an example. I would like to ask a question to you. As soon as the pandemic started in March, we all were locked down, isn't it? All over the world, there was a big lockdown, isn't it? So, what was the thought of the business when the transportation stopped? What was the immediate thinking of the company would be? This is my question. Can anybody answer this? See, I'm just posing a question saying that when everybody stopped transportation, what was the next option to the company? What could be the next option to the company? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Participants, there is
I just
a
spoke.
query has been raised. Participants, a query has been raised. You can speak. You can speak. You can answer the query.
Hello. The question is like as soon as the
Yes, ma'am.
company.
One participant has mentioned as selling online.
Absolutely, very good. So, Samyukta, I really appreciate the way that you have thought it. Okay, so this is online, isn't it? So everybody started thinking about, webinars, isn't it? Or just they started thinking about online. So this online is into a high amount of boom now. Even in the marketing section, I would say like the companies are taking advantages of this. Particular industry called telecommunication, or I would say like the internet part of it, isn't it? So I would just like to tell an example of the webinars. Webinars were available during previous years also. Before pandemic years also, webinars were available, but webinar has come to such an improved quality and such an improved version into the scenario now. Like everybody is using this one, isn't it? Let it be schools or colleges, the companies, everyone is using. Am I right? Okay. So I would just tell you about an example of one of an important way of doing inspection in Saudi Aramco company. Saudi Aramco is one of an important and leading chemical industry here, which is having a high amount of turnover in Saudi Arabia. You know how they are doing their inspection? They are doing their inspection through webinars. So remote inspection, we call it as remote inspection. And this the technology that they are using is digital smart helmet. You know, this digital smart helmet is a way to see the inspection level. Now, sitting at home, the managers could check the inspection, the quality of the production that is going on, how the chemical parts are really working on. So all these could be learned or could be inspected through the digital smart helmet. So this is how the industries are keeping on improving. So, to conclude my to conclude my presentation, I would say the kingdom has taken qualitative steps towards ensuring the speedy development towards the digital transportations, actually, or digital transformations, actually. Throughout the adaptation of state-of-the-art telecommunication and ICT technology, thereby facilitating the transformation towards a knowledge economy and e-commerce. So the efforts ultimately aim to achieve a higher satisfaction rate and the quality of living for both citizens and the residents, and facilitating their day-to-day life. So I would say like digital marketing is really, really into hike. Digital transformations are really, really into hike. So we should not keep ourselves a step back, but we should come forward in order to learn the technical aspects in order to keep ourselves satisfied even in this pandemic era. Okay, so thank you very much. And I really thank Dr. Sailaja for inviting me to share my few experiences about how the Saudi Arabian companies are focusing in this pandemic era. So thank you so much.
Thank,
Participants, do you have any doubts?
thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Participants, if you have any queries, you can ask madam, because even though she in from Saudi Arabia, she is facing a bit of a problem from the network and other issues, but still she managed to come down for us, and she still managed to give a lecture on this particular conference on management and uncertain environment. So we should appreciate madam, and we are all are appreciating. We are giving our complete cooperation. So now the participants, if you have any queries, if you want to ask to Professor Suja ma'am, you can ask. Anyone? Any of the participants, if you have any queries regarding the lecture which ma'am has given. Yes. Okay. Now, I think, ma'am, queries is not at all there right now. I think everyone are completely understood. I hope they are all completely yes, no queries. People are writing
Only,
yes, no queries.
yeah, only two things can happen in this. If there is no queries, it means like one, the presentation is not at all understood, or it is overflowing. So I do not know which category I come under. Okay, so thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyways, thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Right. All
and
right. Now,
my best wishes to the participants for their presentations. Thank
thank
you,
you.
Dr. Sarika ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yes. Now the second chair, now the presentation, the article presentation chair is about to start. Now there will be a 10 minutes break. Now the time is 11:35. We'll be coming back by 11:40. All right, by 11:40 we'll be coming back. And chair one people, which I already aforementioned, they should come back in the same group link, this Google Meet link. You should come back to the same Google Meet link itself. And for the chair two people who will be chaired by Professor Dr. Clement Sudhar and Professor Dr. Anand K, will be mentioned in our group, in the WhatsApp group, in ICMUE WhatsApp group. That will be mentioned over there in the WhatsApp group, so that you can click on that WhatsApp link, sorry, in the Google Meet link, and then join. All right, by 11:45, participants and everyone should join into that link. Thank you. All right, now we shall all raise for the national anthem. Yes, fellow members, participants. Yes, now the official sessions are for the second day are all over. We'll be taking the break right now. By 11:45, we'll be starting. As I mentioned, chair one will be continuing the same Google Meet link, and chair two, as it is already sent to the WhatsApp group, so you can join from there. All right. Thank you so much, participants. Thank you so much for everyone, and thank you so much to the keynote speakers, everyone. Thank you. We shall take a break for 10 minutes. By 11:45, please come back and join. Thank you.
Welcome, Matilda ma'am, Abhita Selvi ma'am. Good morning.
Yes, Yogesh. Yes, Yogesh.
Good morning, everyone. We are moving to the next
Yes, it's
session
audible.
of the
It's
online
audible.
test paper presentation. Here for this session, we have two eminent personalities with us as our judges. Dr. Guha Selvi, Assistant Professor GRD Academy of Management, Coimbatore, and Dr. Matilda Dani, HOD, PG Department of Commerce, YIMS. I wholeheartedly welcome you both for this session. I also welcome all our participants for this function with great pleasure. Our participants for paper presentation are as follows: Ajay Krishnan, Yuvarajan, Vaishnavi, Aishwarya KM, Akhil Denny, and Ruhana. Then finally, Avinash K. Participants must get ready for your presentation. Before playing your recorded version in live, introduce yourself. After the recorded version, you have to be ready to hear the opinion of the judging panel. After each presentation, the next participant must get ready for their turn without delay. Now I welcome Yemya Ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, for introducing our chair judges. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Jisha ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
As already said, we have two eminent persons sharing the first chair, Dr. K.A. Guhaselvi. She has an excellent academic track record and holds master's degree and MPhil degree in management. And she has specialized PhD in human resource. She has published her work, mainly work in international and national journals. She is a committed teacher and a passionate researcher with more than 90 years of experience in teaching and 8 years of research, which goes hand in hand. In her opinion, management education and research should culminate in social outreach programs that simplify life and bring more people into mainstream growth and development. Currently, she is working as an associate professor in GRD Academy of Management, Coimbatore. She has guided 3 PhD scholars and 122 projects at master level. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and welcome you for the session.
Thank you, Ramya. Good morning to everybody.
And next, we have Dr. Matilda Dani. Matilda Dani's research and teaching interests are in marketing and finance. She has done her PG from Annamalai University, PhD in Bharatiyar University. She has qualified NET SET and currently she is HOD in PG Department of Commerce in YIMS. She has published her work in many international and national papers at various conferences. She has been as a resource person for many programs and she is a NAC coordinator also. Welcome you, ma'am. So, shall we start our session, ma'am? Matilda, ma'am, and Guha Selvi, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we can start. Thank you,
Ramya,
Ramya,
this
ma'am,
is
for the
I
introduction.
think we can,
Thank you, Matilda,
Ramya,
ma'am.
this is
Thank you,
Guha
Guha
Selvi.
Selvi, ma'am.
We can start with the session.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we are moving to online presentation session. First, I call upon our first participant, Ajay Krishnan. Introduce yourself first.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Good
Can you
morning,
hear me,
Ajay.
ma'am?
Yeah, we can hear you. Good morning.
Um, Good noon for everyone. Those who are presented, wonderful meeting here. I am Ajay Kristen from Firebird Institute of Research and Management, Coimbatore. I done some small research work about predictive maintenance that Coimbatore-based companies are providing a predictive maintenance device or a predictive maintenance in their products. I done some of the works. I just want to play the video, please.
Yes, Ajay. Yeah, just all of you wait. There is some technical error. Please wait.
I warmly welcome you all for this wonderful session. I am Ajay from Firebird Institute of Research and Management. I'm going to share some of the techniques about predictive maintenance. Before I'm going to start my presentation, I would like to start my presentation with a famous quote by William Blake. What is now proved was once only imagined. What he trying to say is what all are the innovative products that we are using now was a dream of
Excuse me, ma'am. Is it audible?
for an example, now we are using a
No,
smartphone.
not
Sorry, ma'am.
very much audible. No, not
Okay,
very
thank
much
you.
audible.
Not very much
Graham,
audible.
Graham
Okay.
only invited the
I can't hear
telephone
clearly.
and now we are
Yeah,
using
yeah,
the
all right. Okay, ma'am.
smartphones. Like that, this is a platform which we can fulfill our dream. Now we are going to move to our topic, predictive maintenance. What is maintenance? That's I think servicing, replacing, repairing the necessary device for the machineries. Why we have to do maintenance? It is simple. For just for two things, we have to do the maintenance to reduce the breakdown. For instance, it is manufacturing industries. If the machine is breakdowns, it will affect our productions. And second thing is we have it will increase the machinery's lifetime. Actually, there are two type of maintenance. One is reactive maintenance, and another one is proactive maintenance. In reactive maintenance, it's a breakdown maintenance. The maintenance will happen after the breakdown of the machines. And in proactive maintenance, the proactive maintenance is again classified into two types. Um, Predictive maintenance and the preventive maintenance. Preventive maintenance is happen in a basic interval. For an instant, for the monthly ones, the preventive maintenance is happen, and another one is predictive maintenance. Predictive maintenance is happen based on the conditions of the machineries. And now we are entering to our main topic, ability sensor. The sensor is, plays a major role in condition monitoring. Condition monitoring is nothing but various machines are monitored in offline and online mode that all are used to access the condition of the machine. That is called condition monitoring. Based on that condition monitoring, the predictive maintenance, we can schedule the predictive maintenance. In online monitoring, the data can be calculated through electrically while the machine is in running conditions. And then in offline monitoring, the data can be collected manually while the machine is in rest conditions in scheduled maintenance break. it can vary in different machines. For an example, we can compare high power motor and then low power motor. In a low power motor, the failure is frequently caused by the bearing, and in same high power motor, it is caused by the winding. So the online and offline monitoring, both of this monitoring can be done in the high power motor. But in a low power motor, we can't do that. We need internal inspections, so that the ABB ability sensors are used in a low power motor. The ABB ability sensor is like a sensor. We can attach it into the outer side of the motor. While the motor is in running conditions, the signal from the motor which can be captured by the sensor, and the data is transferred to the server of the sensor. The server diagnoses the data, and then final data can be transferred into the user's manual, user device. In the user device, we can have various data like operationals and health of the motor, operational data like operational hours and energy consumptions, and then health of the motors like rotor health and the temperature of the motor and air gap, and another cooling system, about the cooling system, and vibrations of the motor. Those all are the stuffs we can the data that we can get from the ABB ability sensor. Based on that data, we can predict the maintenance, where we have to do the maintenance work. And this is the one way we can predict when we have to do the maintenance work in low power motor by using the ABB ability sensor. It can be used in various instruments like pumps and bearing. We can also predict the maintenance in bearings and pumps. The another topic is thermal imaging techniques in predictive maintenance. In this method, the thermal imaging device can be used. It is like a camera. We can view through the camera. The defected parts are shown in red in color, while the other parts are in green in color. So the red color parts are defected. We have to do the maintenance work for that particular parts. For an instant, let's take this as an iron pipe. The hot gas or hot waters are flowing through the pipe. In future, there will be damages going to happen or not in the through the pipe. For an instant, there is defected parts. This is alone defected parts. This is alone defected parts, and we cannot visualize the defected parts through our eye. If, for instance, we have thermal imaging cam, this part alone will show us as a red in color. Means this is a defected parts. We have to do the maintenance work for this parts. It can also identify the defected parts in various equipments like casing pipes and manufacturing machineries and then electrical equipments. Based on that data collected by the thermal imaging device, the maintenance of the work can be scheduled. This is our research. We are in our initial stage only. Our ultimate aim is to provide predictive maintenance device along with the product which is manufactured by the industries. Thanking you all for the opportunity that you have given for me to present here, and also I thank for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. Thanks, Ajay, for your presentation. This is Dr. Guha Selvi.
Yes, ma'am.
Ajay, what is your research methodology? Is it a case study or something else?
No, ma'am, it's not a case study. We are just want to provide a device, a predictive maintenance device with the manufacturing products like motors, those devices, ma'am. It's not a case study.
I understand. You said that companies are using it and you would like to give an insight into it. I understood that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what sort of study is this? Are you developing a machine for maintenance?
No, ma'am, I'm not developing it. The sensor is already in the market, but they, if needed, the customer will purchase. What I have coming to say is we have to provide that sensor additionally to that product. That's only, ma'am.
Okay, are you telling me that along with the product, the manufacturer has to give the sensor to the customer?
Yes,
Should
ma'am.
be
Yes, ma'am.
included in the product package?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then what is the nature of this study?
Nature of the studies
There
to.
should be, if this is a,
I'm not getting you, ma'am.
no, what is the methodology? What is the nature of your study?
Technology is placed in predictive maintenance only, ma'am.
No, your paper is on predictive maintenance. I understand.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. What type of study is this? Is it a research paper?
Yes, ma'am. It's a research paper only, ma'am.
Okay. Then what is your research methodology? What type of research is this? Now, irrespective of the discipline, though I understand it is engineering,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes,
But
ma'am.
there has to be a method that has to be followed. And what method have you followed to do this study? How would you classify your study?
Based on the literature reviews only, ma'am.
Okay. So that's the case. Are you telling me that your review of literature is telling you about the sensors that you're talking about right now?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you have just done an article study. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. We are in initial stage only, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Ma'am, shall I? Matilda.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ah,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Ajay, see,
Yes, ma'am.
what ma'am was trying to ask you is for a research paper, there is a format like first you give an introduction of the topic, then you frame some objectives on based on which you do the study, and you have some literature review in which you find what was done on this topic before you, and
Yes,
then
ma'am. I
you can
understand that. I
but
understand that,
that
ma'am.
format
But we,
is not there in your paper. That is what we were not able to find out what was the objective of the study, what is the nature of the study, what research design you have used, what was the sampling or something like that. Because for every research paper, there is a format like introduction, objectives, then what is the problem, then you have literature review, then you have some findings, then you give a conclusion, and then you give a suggestions. So because that format is not there, we are not able to judge your art as in a research paper. We are not able to judge it. It is just you have given the details of your product and you have given the measures what and all you have to do. That is what
yes,
I
ma'am.
think ma'am also would have felt the same, I think.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I just started
Yes,
it in
ma'am.
before 2 weeks only, ma'am. So we are in initial position only. We just in initial position only, ma'am. If time permits, we will complete it in a full article, ma'am.
No, Ajay, what is expected is at least frame your objective. You should have framed your objective by now. You should know the purpose why you have started with this work. So without that,
To
your
avoid
review of literature
breakdown,
should.
to avoid the breakdown of the machines only, ma'am. That's what we are objecting, ma'am.
Okay, and from your research paper, from your review of literature, you should have come out with the research gap, right? You cannot compile your review of literature and present it as a paper. That will not be a research paper, right? And if that is what you have done, then we do not know how to proceed. From the review of literature, please try and get it correct. From the review of literature, you try and get the research gap in which you will be doing your research. That is how it is supposed to be.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? I understand that you are in initial stages, right? But your objective itself should be framed from the review of literature, the gap that you find in your review of literature. Okay. Matilda, ma'am, if you have any questions, please.
No, because actually it doesn't look like a research paper. So I think we can just move on. Like we have just
Okay.
told that it should be in a format, and he has not done it in that prescribed format. He doesn't have an objective. So I think we can, whatever he has done, he has told about his product clearly. He knows about that, but it does not come in the format of a research paper. That is what I feel.
Okay, ma'am. We'll proceed
Oh,
with the next
okay,
person.
okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So we can go to the next participant. Okay, thank you, Ajay. Thank
Yes,
you
ma'am. Thank
for
you,
your
ma'am.
presentation.
Thank you,
Okay.
Ajay.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we can move to the next participant, Yuvarajan. Yuvarajan,
Ma'am,
can you introduce yourself?
ma'am, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can
it's
hear you.
audible,
Oh,
Yuvarajan.
thank you. This is Yuvraj from Firebird Institute of Research in Management. This is my research process is based on predictive maintenance in machine learning. So, what as Ajay said, I am one of the person in that project. So, but I was in different that is a predictive maintenance in machine learning. So, further we can see my video. Then, if you have any questions, I will clarify you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Yuvarajan.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Yuvraj. I hope everyone's safe and healthy. I'm doing well. I come to my research process. This is the summary of initial literature review done in order to identifying the factor influencing the adoption of predictive maintenance for product manufacturing. So why predictive maintenance and what is the predictive maintenance? So why predictive maintenance used in company? So let's go with what is predictive maintenance. Yeah, predictive maintenance is a technique is used to design the help of determine the condition of in-service equipment in order to estimate with maintenance should be performed. So I saw some interesting case studies and articles in Google Scholar. Here I discussed on interesting case study which I saw in Google Scholar. I think you also saw that case study in Google Scholar or in YouTube or anywhere. So let's go with that case study. A beer manufacturing company. A brewery company creating a beer involves fermentation in a kettle and filtering the beer to get into the bottle or a can. When is the beer ready to get into the bottle or can? It is mostly human judgment. In most theories, it is looking like as color or particle and durability and a few things. Here I discussed on interesting case study which I saw in Google Scholar. I think you also saw that case study in Google Scholar or in YouTube or anywhere. So let's go with that case study. A beer manufacturing company. A brewery company creating a beer involves fermentation in a kettle and filtering the beer to get into the bottle or a can. When is the beer ready to get into the bottle or can? It is mostly human judgment. Uh, in most theories, it is looking like as color or particle and durability and a few things in are in particular brewery. Yeah, 30-year experienced brewmaster make the judgment and talk about the accuracy limit. So the problem is the beer flows through the kettle and passes through the filter. The clear beer comes from the another side of the filter, and then it gets into the bottle or can. So now the key problem is when you replace this filter. So on You processing the beer, you are bottling the beer. The beer color is there is a good or bad. The color of the beer turns from good, bad to worse. You want to catch it right before it goes to bad. In this human decision making, look at the taste and color, so on. Then the beer is go too bad. Now let replace the filter. If you replace the filter too early, it is not right, and replace the filter too late, it also not good. The in the most breweries, the brewmaster replace the filter. He was 60% right and 40% the filter were wrong, or he take a wrong decision. In the machine learning, in this predictive maintenance in this brewery company, they predict the machine matrices to the system. They will happen one day, machine to machine process only. The human can take any decision based on the machine learning process. They learn from the feedback from the machine. So in this machine learning process, the GCM and Google Cloud machine learning is most of the important key factor in this beer manufacturing company. In this beer manufacturing company, not only the beer manufacturing company, most of the breweries like Pepsi and Coca-Cola and lot of the these beverages like, so they also use this filter for manufacturing sectors. So the most of the case studies which I saw is the predictive maintenance is most of the important key factor in all the manufacturing hub. Why predictive maintenance? So now why not preventive maintenance? If I bought a new car, I bought a new car. They insist me to after 10,000 kilometer I will replace my coolant oil. It will be better for engine maintenance, right? So I replace my engine oil after my engine will be get a proper maintenance. So why I do my engine oil will be replaced. So even I am in any normal places like Jammu or any other uh, Simla, like these areas where my engine didn't get heated like that, get not heat more like that. So why I do replace my coolant oil? I think it's not get to 10,000 kilometers. My car will goes to 12,000 kilometer also, because the viscosity is large in in that time. So just I predict my data, the coolant viscosity goes to low or not. So my coolant oil viscosity is my low. The temperature will increases my engine. So then only I replace my coolant oil. Why not I do this coolant oil after completing my 10,000 kilometer? This is one of the predictive maintenance technique which I saw in Google Scholar, and most of the predictive maintenance is importantly in manufacturing hub, like in all the areas. So preventive maintenance is one of the process. I think it's not done better. The predictive maintenance is also better. I think in coming nowadays, the predictive maintenance are used in most of the companies. Make like that. Manufacturing companies. In my research process, also based on that predictive maintenance in one final product. A company which has most process like I have my own interesting news to you. Predictive maintenance is one of the important factor in manufacturing company, because I manufacture a motor. Yeah, motor will be used in the another company or another place. Yeah, motor I will in the machine learning process. There is a three ways for predict the data from motor. There is axial, horizontal, and vertical. I fit my sensors to the motor as a proper process like axial node or horizontal or vertical. I predict the data based on the vibration or temperature. I predict the data based on the which device or which machine or which motor goes to fail. In this failure, I will analyze the data before it go to fail. So I will replace my which device goes to failure. I replace this device as a failure before the failure, and which motor also I will replace the motor. So I will predict the data and replace the device or motor before it goes to failure. The process will be the important part takes part in the predictive maintenance. So most of the companies, not a lot of the most of the companies, it's the predictive maintenance is all the sectors like service sectors and manufacturing hub, power plant, and water, like a electricity board. I thank my project mentor, Professor J. Joseph Francis, and I thank panel members, and I thank who initiated this event uh, for online mode. It's very interesting, and I thank all of them. Be safe and wear mask anywhere you go. Thank you for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuvarajan. Nikita
Ma'am,
ma'am.
can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, Yuvarajan, we can hear you. We can hear
Oh,
you.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And as we said to Ajay, um, yours is at the very initial stages where you are just looking through the articles in
Oh,
Google
yes, ma'am.
Scholar, if I'm correct. And
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
maybe you could have, if you had put in some more efforts, you could have presented it as a case study. Right, this is what is my
Yes, ma'am.
suggestion. You have not come, your paper that you have presented here is not uh, in a format that it has to be.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that is what we find. Maybe the concept is good, right? Your
Okay, ma'am.
research would turn out to be good since it is technical, and maybe your suggestions are counted by the companies, right? But
Oh, yes, ma'am.
as a research paper, I do not know whether it will fit in here. Okay, Matilda ma'am.
Yes, yes, that is what even I also feel. And what we told Ajay is the
Okay,
same thing. It is not like a research paper, but otherwise, what you have done, the product and all those things are very good. You can go ahead with your research in that area, but it doesn't suit
Uh,
to our requirements. Like in the it is not there in the format. Okay.
okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Yuvarajan.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, the next participant, Vaishnavi.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, Matilda, ma'am.
Good afternoon,
Yes,
Vaishnavi.
Vaishnavi, you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Vaishnavi. I'm pursuing my MBA at Nehru Institute of Management Studies. My specialization is on finance and operations. So I have taken the topic impact on COVID-19 on financial health in India. So kindly play the video, ma'am.
Yes.
Hello everyone, I'm Vaishnavi, pursuing MBA at Nehru Institute of Management Studies. I completed my BCom at Yukshetra. This paper focuses on insights regarding the impact of COVID-19 on financial health in India. Let's get into the introduction. We are now in the middle of a global pandemic situation, COVID-19, which is influencing unpredictable health, financial stability, and economic challenges. Although the ultimate impact of the crisis is on the global economy and Indian economy as well, as a time of recovery is highly uncertain, yet the current research study has been taken with an objective to investigate the potential impact of COVID-19 on financial health at individual level and country level in the short run. And an attempt is also made to measure the steps taken by the regulators to strengthen the financial health in India. The financial health of Indian economy. There are mainly 8 impacts. The first one is supply side impact. The disruption in global supply chain and domestic supply chains will have an indirect bearing on manufacturing in India. Forced production cuts, shutdown of factories results in delay of supply of goods. Some sectors like automobiles, pharmaceuticals, electronics, chemical products, etc., are facing imminent raw material and component shortage. Imports of important raw materials is impacting India's exports to all the countries as well. Demand side impact. Tourism, cinema theaters, retail sector, hotels, and aviations are most affected sectors that are facing maximum burn in the present crisis. Consumption is also getting impacted due to job loss and decline in income level. Impact on international trade. China being a major market for Indian products like seafood, petrochemicals, gems, jewelry, etc. The outbreak of coronavirus has adversely impacted on exports of these items. Similarly, India exports 36% of its diamonds to China. Unemployment. The indirect effects of lockdown are likely to play out even after the lockdown ends. Social distancing measures will remain in its place to prevent the infections from spreading. The public fear factor itself will lead to customers avoiding public places. A significant hit to the corporate profits, especially for MSMEs, will lead to a weak job market for lower salaries. Impact on financial market. Financial market uncertainty is also elevated because of the difficulty of pricing risk given by the correlated effect of the virus on a broad range of assets globally. Both the BSE Sensex and NSE Nifty crashed by more than 8% in a single day. On March 19th, Indian equity markets experienced a new low. Agricultural and supply chains. This is the peak of Rabi season in India, and crops like wheat, gram, lentil, and mustard. Moreover, the severe disruption to other states and countries. This may create irreplaceable damage to all other sectors of supply chain. Manufacturing sector. Manufacturing in the country won't take off as soon as lockdown restrictions are lifted due to an acute shortage of workers who have returned to their home states. Many of the migrant workers can't be replaced by locals because of the lack of skills. Many of the workers were unable to go home and are stuck in the city. Educational sector. Several budget schools find themselves robbed of crucial fee income. Also, most colleges and schools are not providing salary for teachers, which is from 50% to zero. And added challenge is that they are facing difficulty in online class. Now, let's see about the financial health indicators. Extended periods of lockdown can take their toll on physical, mental, and emotional health, compounding the difficulties that low and moderate income communities are facing during troubled times of COVID-19. In addition, it increased workplace absenteeism, diminished workplace performance, and depression. While health is influenced by individuals' attitudes and behaviors, there should be a balance in spending of money, good savings for future, low debt load, and plan ahead for expenses. In current scenarios, the main principle is to save lives and livelihood. So these are some of the key policy measures taken by the government. They are liquidity measures. In liquidity measures, relief measures announced by RBI are reduction in repo rate, CRR reduced by 100 points, and reduction in liquidity coverage ratio. And for relief for MSMEs, collateral free loan to 20,000 crore subordinate debt, 50,000 crore equity infusion, e-market linkage, MSME is due to be cleared within 45 days. For regulatory measures, moratorium of 3 months of repayment of loan. For insolvency and bankruptcy code, the existing threshold of 1 lakh for triggering insolvency is raised to be 1 crore. Banking Department of Financial Services, It adds that debit card holders withdrawing cash from any ATM, there should be no charge, and the minimum balance requirement for savings bank account should be the bank charge is reduced to digital trade transaction for all the finance customers. For commerce, for all the practical purposes, extension of time for procedure and eligibility point of view, no extension or modification of schemes guidelines shall apply. Labor employment benefits to construction and daily wage workers. The government has announced relief for daily wage workers and constructions for an amount of 1,000% per share on states, union territories. So I hereby conclude saying that as we think solutions, we might consider nature and extend all the impact on business from temporary challenges to long term that will shape a new post-COVID reality for companies and individuals. If the moratorium 4.0 is implemented, there will be sufficient time for individuals to repay the loan. Loan deferment and interest moratoriums represent a good start, but the situation necessitates deep structural solutions. In a nutshell, there are key ways which deal with an unpredictable challenge. Firstly, it is necessary to provide all the required and financial help to enable health system and deal with the crisis. Secondly, provide lifeline to vulnerable household and firm. Such lifelines would help to avoid permanent damage to prospects for sustainable and inclusive growth. Thirdly, once normal business continues, resume support the recovery. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Vaishnavi,
thank you, Rashmi.
this is Dr. Guhaselvi.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Anyway, it was a good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
And how did you come out with this article? Is this an article?
Yes, ma'am. I
Conceptual
referred to
article?
Google Wikipedia. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is supposed to be a conceptual article, right?
Yes. Yeah. I referred to many websites and all the news channels for getting this news.
Okay. Matilda, ma'am?
Yes, Vaishnavi, this is a good presentation, but as we told, it is not. What is your objectives? Have you framed any objectives?
Yes, ma'am. It is to investigate the potential impact of COVID-19 on financial health
Oh,
and individual and country level. The short
okay,
yes.
okay. Have you showed the objectives in your in your presentation?
And I mentioned it in paper, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You
Introduction.
in the introduction you have given. Okay. Do you have any research design? How you came to this conclusion? You have given so many points, no? Where did you get that? What methodology you adopted for getting these?
It
You
is a
just
working research, ma'am. So
oh,
I referred many websites for getting these data.
uh, okay, okay. You have got information and you have presented it, but when it becomes a research paper, actually you have to do a study and you have to come to some findings and conclusions. I think ma'am also agrees with this thing. It is a presentation, okay, you have done a good PPT presentation, but when it becomes a research article, you have to do some more things like you have to frame the objectives, find out the problem, find out the research gap, and then you do some study, and from the study you get some inferences which you put it as your findings, and then you put your suggestions and conclusions. I think in that format it is not come. So then whatever information you have given, all that is good. I think you have searched so many websites, you have worked hard to get all the informations, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I also felt the same. It's a good research
uh,
article. It's an
yeah.
article, but not
Mm,
in the format of a research article.
yeah,
We should
yeah.
put in a lot of efforts to collect information about what is going on right now. Vaishnavi?
It is not a research paper, ma'am. That's why I didn't mention any research methodology.
That's okay.
why.
That's okay. Okay, that's okay, dear. But as ma'am was telling, like it does not have all the elements of a research paper. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
But
Sure.
anyways, it's a good presentation. It's a good presentation here.
Thank you, Matilda, ma'am. Thank you, good
Okay,
everyone.
okay,
Thank you.
Vaishnavi, bye. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, our next participant, Aishwarya KM. Participants, while you are introducing, you please show your video.
Oh my God. Okay, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, you are audible.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and my dear fellow holders. I am Aishwarya, currently pursuing MBA in College of Management. And here I present a study on brand loyalty towards the FMCG goods, special reference to Nestle. So can you move to the video, ma'am? Hello. Hello. Hello, Remo, ma'am.
Wait, Aishwarya, yes, we are playing here, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm taking here a study on brand loyalty towards FMCG goods with a special reference to Nestle. And about the FMCG, the term of FMCG refers to the retail goods are the generally replaced fully up over the short period of days, weeks, months within a year. This contrasts with the durable goods, the major appliances like kitchen appliances, which are generally replaced over a period of several years. These satisfy the elements and day-to-day household needs other than the glossary regarding ranging from the packaging of foodstuffs. A major portion of the monthly budget of the household is depends upon FMCG. They are spending monthly households major portion spending for the FMCG product. Then FMCG sector is the booming sector because they have the more wide variety of goods in the lower cost, and they are always change the consumer brand loyalty. According to BAC, 84% of professionals are working in the fast moving consumer goods because they need the new products and new variety in front of the customers. And there are some of the factors depending to changing the buying decision, like there are public factors manipulate from the family members, special factor, emotional factor, monetary factor, and social media. Everything are the influencing for the buying behavior of the consumers. The Indian FMCG sector is the fourth largest sector in the Indian economy with estimation size of rupees 1,300 billion. The sectors are the Temondo's average annual growth is 11% per annum over the decades. FMCGs and is the closest companion retailers, both likely to create most of the jobs in Indian coming years, are primarily influencing liking the marketing, sales, advertising, and supply chain, logistics, customers, human resource and packaging, development, finance, operation, general management, supervising, and everything. They have a wide variety of job opportunities in the FMCG sectors. And the brand loyalty topic of awareness, both of the practitioners concerned with the marketing, the perception of the relationship marketing has to underpinning brand loyalty, because the fast moving consumer will adopt the competent customers respond to practice. Many of the expand the benefit and the need to realize the service of relationship. They are making a relationship once the customers came in their shop. They have to treat them, and they have make a good relationship between them. Through that, they can aware about the brand. Then the objective of the study is to validate the item, measure the brand loyalty of Nestle, to access sampling adequacy of the each influence, test reliability of Nestle brand loyalty influencing the model to find out the position of demographic purchasing decision in the Nestle brand. Research methodology. The study was conducted in the descriptive nature because the aim to evaluate the loyalty of consumers towards fast moving goods with a special reference of Nestle product. The study is designed to gather descriptive statistical regarding towards affecting consumer buying decision. Source of data collection is there are two sources, primary data and secondary data. Primary data is gathered by the survey through the questionnaires, and the secondary data is information collected from the internet and websites and journals. Sampling size are the 50. I given 50 questionnaires randomly to the customers and then collect the data. And about the limitation of the study, to response is given by the having genuine further, there no have any further verification made, because if I given the questionnaires, they are genuinely filling the questions. Time is very limited and the research area is limited to Palakkad, so we can't get the fully about the brand loyalty. And about the brand loyalty is the customer's behavior pattern, where the customers become committed to the particular brand and make repeat to purchase over time. Companies use to creative marketing strategies such as loyalty or towards reward programs, trials, brand ambassadors, and the incentives like free samples and building the brand loyalty. Brand loyalty is defined the positive feelings towards the brand and dedication to purchase the same product or the service repeatedly. Now and the future, from the same brand, regardless of the competitor's action or change in the environment, it can also be demonstrated within the other behavioral. Such the positive word of mouth and brand loyalty is also where the individual buy product from the same manufacturer repeatedly that from other suppliers. Business whose the financial and the ethical values and ESG responsibilities, that's in large part of their brand loyalties are also said in the brand loyalty of the business model. Here it's about through the brand loyalty, they believe in one brand and they are purchasing from the variety of retailers and variety of shop, but they purchasing same brand. That's the brand loyalty. There are three stages of the brand loyalty. First one is brand recognition, brand preference, and brand instance. Brand recognition. Consumers aware of the brand name, benefit, packages, marketing communication, campaigning placing the key role here. That is brand recognition. And brand preference, the situation where the brand is praised as an acceptable alternative by a customers and will purchase it in the available indication of the message strategy and other market strategy working. Brand insistence, a situation where the customers research the market of the specific brand. No alternative acceptance of brand insistence of customers, often to become advocate for the brand. And about the finding and suggestion, the customers must be aware of all brand available in the market. They done because some of the brands they don't know about the products and the brands, so they need to aware about everything brand what available in the market. They done brand awareness through the way of advertising and personal selling. They keep a good relationship between the customers. Need to reduce the price of quality product, because if they given the brand, they have more price on that product. And about the conclusion, the primary objective of the study was to explore brand loyalty developed in the FMCG market from the customer's perspectives. In addition to the studies explored the consumer's perspective on the brand loyalty that exists in the FMCG market and the role of FMCG in the development of brand loyalty. The dominant conclusion arising from this study is the brand loyalty is existing FMCG markets for both cognitive and emotional reasons. Essentially, this research determined that the brand loyalty predicted on the development of customers' brand. This research concluded that the challenges of marketers to develop and the nature of FMCG that leads to can strengthen brand loyalty. Exploring brand loyalty in this way should be assist the analysis of and understanding of brands loyalty in FMCG market, and should be consequently result in the development of effective market strategy designed to brand loyalty. All the market needs available to have remarkable impact on the position of the brand in the buyer's preference. The quality is also important in the constant of the purchase. preference, and consumption of FMCG. Market also need to understand the product-specific evaluation process from the primary research to mapping the succession of their brand from the consideration to set the preference set. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You can ask questions.
Okay. Aishwarya,
Hello, ma'am.
Aishwarya, this is Matilda. Your presentation was good. The way of
Thank you.
delivery was also good. And I think you have framed the objectives, isn't it? Have you done any review of literature?
No, ma'am.
Why? You didn't get any reviews?
In
Because
my
this is a
paper, I
very
have review of literature, ma'am, but this presentation,
uh,
I didn't see any review of
okay,
literature.
but you have done the review of literature, isn't it? You
Yes,
have
ma'am.
collected review of literature.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. So what was the research gap that you identified?
A research gap.
Yeah.
Uh, Ma'am, I can't understand the question. Please once again.
The research gap is what is review of literature is the studies conducted based on your topic before you did.
Yeah,
So
ma'am.
already there are so many studies. Then why do you take again the same thing? So from that study, you find something which else is to be found out, and that you take as your topic for your study. So the
I
gap
got
between what is already done and what you are going to do, that is known as the research gap.
some often
Uh,
reviewed about this topic is they are looking at some customer satisfaction on this brand and
okay,
how the brands are going on like that. But
okay, okay,
I
okay.
need to know about the brand loyalty, how affect the market and how it will be comes for the sale of their goods like that. So
Okay, okay.
need to understand the brand loyalty. That's why I taken this topic again, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Okay, very good. So then, what was the research design you have done? What type of study is this?
Descriptive research, ma'am.
Descriptive study. Okay, okay. Did you get the data from using questionnaire? You told no. How many What is the sample size?
15, ma'am. 50.
50. Okay. Why did you take it as 50?
Uh, because of my uh, time is very limited, so I
Ah,
need to do that
okay.
in
So
50.
50 sample size is enough for a study like this?
No, no, it's not.
With
It's not enough because we
ah,
can't understand to the 50. Need
mm,
to improve number of samples because only the 50 is not enough about the
ah,
brand loyalty because
oh,
Nestle products are available in all of the world. So
yeah, yeah.
it's not enough.
Okay. What was your area of study? Where did you do this study? Do you have any particular
Palakkad,
area or
Palakkad,
place? Palakkad. Okay.
Palakkad.
So you have covered Palakkad. How did you collect your
Yeah.
questionnaire? You sent it through.
Through sending Google form, WhatsApp.
Oh, okay. So what is the type of sampling you have used?
Sampling, sir.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. I think the voice
Uh,
got break.
yeah, ma'am. Samplings that the reviews of the questionnaires and
No,
that's
that
why.
is you have random convenience, all the multi-stage cluster sampling and all. No, what type of sampling you have used?
Percentage method, ma'am.
That is the tools you have used for analysis. I'm asking,
Uh,
how did you select the respondents?
Random
What?
sampling.
Oh, okay, okay,
Okay.
okay. Okay. So, what all tools you have used? You have used for the findings, for analysis of the findings, analysis of the data.
I chart, bar diagram, percentage, and tables.
Okay, okay,
Ma'am.
very good. Okay. So, what do you mean by what is the difference between this brand loyalty and brand image and all that? Can you just explain me?
Brand loyalty means in a same if I am a customer, I know about the brand loyalty. I am purchasing the same product in a different shops, and anywhere I got, I am, and that's the through the brand image and brand loyalty. If we are they are the manufacturers are given the brand loyalty, the customers only buy their products. That's why brand
Oh,
image and brand loyalties are.
oh, okay. So what was your final conclusion? What did you find out from your study?
Ma'am, conclusions was there is as a customers, I don't know what there are so many products in same brands, so I don't know about the much product. So to aware about the products, and the customers need to maintain the relationship, customers and the shopkeepers, and also through they can understand what the product and everywhere. And also the we know the Nestle products are the high price and the quality product. So if they are ready product, everyone can buy the easily. So that
Oh,
was
okay, okay. Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you, Aishwarya. Very good. Okay, ma'am.
thank
Guha
you, ma'am.
Selvi, ma'am, you can.
Aishwarya? Aishwarya, this is Dr. Guha Selvi.
Okay, ma'am.
You were talking about your objectives, right?
Yeah.
And do you think your objectives are clear? May I know the first objective that you have stated in your study?
Yeah, ma'am.
May I know?
To
May I know the objective?
to validate the items that measured the loyalty Nestle.
Okay, so you are
That
going
was
to
the
identify the items under the constructs from your questionnaire.
four. Yeah.
Are you trying to validate, or are you trying to identify the items under a construct which would influence brand loyalty? If you're going to validate,
Actually,
then how do you
identify,
validate?
ma'am.
Okay, so you are trying to identify the items that has to be put under every construct so that you are able to study brand loyalty. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Are you trying to construct the validated questionnaire? Because your objective says
Validate.
you are trying to identify the items under construct which would help you to measure a
Yeah,
variable, right? And are you trying to validate
yes,
a questionnaire, or like you have tried to understand the brand loyalty of a customer using already a validated questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am. That's second one.
Okay, you
Using
have
validate
used the
question.
validated questionnaire.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. From whose validated questionnaire have you used here, if that's the case?
Ma'am,
Or
once again, ma'am.
did you frame your own questions, or you have used somebody else validated questionnaire?
I frame my own questionnaire, ma'am.
Okay.
It's my own question.
Fine. So in that case, since your objective is to identify the factors or identify the items under the criteria, why did you go on for a percentage analysis? Because your percentage analysis will not help you to identify the items or the constructs, right?
No, ma'am.
You could have
Yes.
gone for factor analysis, or you could have gone for SEM.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
right?
yes.
This is if I ask you to find the relevance between your objectives, your analysis, your findings and suggestions, there will be a gap. Okay?
Yeah, ma'am. Okay.
Fine. Okay, Aishwarya. Thank you,
Thank you, ma'am.
for being here.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Next participant is Akhil Denny. Akhil, you can
Yes,
start
ma'am.
now.
One announcement. Shruti is here in this chair. Shruti of MCOM pass out. Shruti. Shruti.
Okay, Akhil, you can continue.
Ma'am, hello. Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Shruti.
Ma'am,
Wait, Akhil, 1 second. Shruti, you have joined in wrong code. Shruti. Yes, Akhil.
Hear you. Hello.
Shruti,
Ma'am.
you join in other code, not in this code. Okay, judges are waiting for you. I have sent a meeting code.
Yes, ma'am.
Join in
Hello.
that. Join in that. Okay.
good morning, one and all. My name is Agil Denike, and my team member name is Rihana PH. We are doing final year MCOM at Kshetra College, Palakkad. We are here to present a paper on the impact of COVID-19 on Indian economy during lockdown. Let me go to the PPT. The entire world is in the claws of coronavirus of COVID-19. The transmission of virus is so massive that the World Health Organization was compelled to declare it as a pandemic. The outbreak of the virus has unpredictable implications on the global economy. The country went into lockdown on 25th March 2020, restricting 1.3 billion people, and the lockdown was extended until 3rd May 2020. Severe financial burden and grave consequences are to be borne by the Indian industry in this backdrop of declining economic situation. This paper is intended to study the consequences of COVID-19 on the Indian economy during the lockdown period and to highlight the reasons through which India can be benefited in the post-pandemic period. The outburst of the disease was first identified in China in December 2019, and later in the March of 2020, the World Health Organization declared as a pandemic. The economic impact of COVID-19 has been largely disruptive, and India's growth in the fourth quarter went down. This drop is mainly due to the effect of COVID-19 on the Indian economy. Further, it is added that COVID-19 crisis has caused an unprecedented collapse in the economic activities of the country. Objectives of the study. The first objective is to know about the effect of COVID-19 in the Indian economy during the lockdown period. The second objective is to understand about the fluctuations in different key indicators of the economy. And our final objective is to analyze the economic condition of business and related sectors of the economy. Scope of the study. This studies will be useful tool for the governments, especially union, state, and local self-governments, for taking into consideration for the preparation of plans for post-lockdown period, where these are basic boosters from the side of the students, youth, and also from the experts. These suggestions and expert findings will boost the economic and social condition of our state, which will envelop our sectors of education, transportation, public health, and so on. Significance of the study. The present study is concerned with the impact of COVID-19 on Indian economy due to a national lockdown. The study aims to identify the fluctuations in the growth of Indian economy due to COVID-19. The study is limited to identification of some key indicators of the economy, indicating the growth of financial condition. Also, COVID-19 had laid a severe impact on different business and allied sectors. The study also points out some solutions through which India can revive from this economic and social crisis. Research methodology. The research design used in the study is partially descriptive and partially analytical in nature.
We have used both primary and secondary sources of data. Primary data has been collected from different business organizations, various entrepreneurs, employees, and public through telephonic conversation and social media resources. Apart from the primary data, secondary data is also being collected from various journals, academic reports, newspapers, websites, etc. Sampling technique used in the study is non-probability sampling or non-random sampling, and particularly convenient sampling method is used. The tools used in the study are bar graphs and simple percentage analysis. Limitations. The execution of study suffers from paucity of time and resources. The data is collected from both primary and secondary sources. There is a threat of inaccuracy of data premised. Due to COVID-19, direct investigation was not possible. Detailed analysis was not also possible due to the unavailability of exact data and figures. At the time of study, some are not cooperating with us. Review of literature. COVID-19 pandemic is an invisible assassin which needs to be contained quickly before it spreads and works havoc on valuable human lives and the macroeconomy, said by RBI Governor Shaktikanth Das. Graphs. The first graph shows estimated impact of COVID-19 on India's GDP 2020. The second graph shows estimated cost due to COVID-19 on economy in India 2020. The third graph shows impact from COVID-19 on India's exports 2020 by commodity. The fourth graph shows the impact from COVID-19 on India's imports 2020 by commodity. The next graph shows estimated quarterly inflation in India financial year 2020-21 by sector. The next graph shows the COVID-19 impact on household income in India 2020. The final graph shows estimated impact on COVID-19 on India's GVA April to June 2020 by sector. Our findings. India's quarterly GDP was estimated to decline over 9% between April and June 2020. This was a decrease from 5% growth in the beginning of 2020. The estimated cost of full lockdown was about $26 billion US. Most of the loss was forecast to occur in the June quarter. A key thing is to note that exports have fallen across almost all of the commodity groups. With the imposition of restriction on transportation worldwide, many startups, small and medium enterprises in India have expected to face issues of supply disruption and decrease in demand. Imported commodities such as gold, coal, and petroleum products faced more than 50% decline as compared to June 2019. On the other hand, electronic goods are least affected. Growth rate of the automotive business in India was expected to be mostly adversely affected, followed by sectors like IT, power, real estate, and so on. Owing to the lockdown, many Indians found themselves with a novel. In May 2020, the unemployment level reached a new high, more than 27% of the country's labor force unemployed. Consumer price index were estimated decline over the quarters of the financial year 2021, indicating a period of deflation and possible decrease in consumer demand. There was a significant decrease in the level of income, with households reporting a fall in income from about 9% in late February to 45.7% in mid-April. Our solutions. First measure is facilitating employees and employers, businesses, especially MSMEs, to get back to production and workers back to gainful employment. Focus on strengthening the non-banking financial companies, NBFCs, and housing financial companies, HFCs, microfinance sector, and also power sector were also unfolded. Government should ensure that initiatives and plans of Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme are implemented properly. The government should focus on helping industries that have a strong backward and forward linkages with multiple industries such as automobile and real estate, etc. This population is extremely vulnerable to economic shocks and needs greater access to formal credit and social safety such as insurance and pension schemes. Conclusion. COVID-19 has posed an unprecedented challenge for India. Given the large size of the population, the precarious situation of the economy, especially of the finance sector, in the pre-COVID-19 period, and the economy's dependence on informal labor, lockdowns, and other social distancing measures are turning out to be highly disruptive. Central and state governments have recognized the challenge and have responded, but this response should be just the beginning. In the long run, to reduce inequalities of income, region imbalance, and share of migrant workers, localization of industries and employment is the need of the hour. Apart from providing credits, there is also a need to work on institutional factors such as law and order, corruption, etc. for the effective implementation of policies. Thank you.
Akhil, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Yes, Akhil, Denny.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So,
Thank you, Akhil, for your presentation. This is Dr. Guha Selvi.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, your presentation seems to be good,
Thank you, ma'am.
and you had gone through a lot of materials before doing this paper,
Yes.
which is good. But your study has used only secondary data, right?
Ma'am,
You
the
have
study
not
was
used primary data.
mainly conducted during this lockdown period, so it was not possible for me to collect more primary data. I have just encouraged some business person, and secondary data was only the hope because we was not able to step down or any other source was not available for me. This
I understand that. I understood. Lockdown is throughout India, right? So
yes,
my question is not that you couldn't have included convenience sampling if you do not have primary data, right?
yes,
Yours is the source of data is totally secondary. That is what I found out from your presentation, right?
yeah,
And
ma'am.
most of the information you have drawn from internet, which was already processed,
Mm.
right? The data is not
Yes, ma'am.
processed by you, but somebody else has processed the data and you have written your findings. Okay.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
if I'm going to ask you about the tools that you have used for analysis to come out with these findings, then how would you answer me?
Just I have referred the graphs which I was available from the net, and also some reports. I have just drawn the data based on my graphs only. So, percent I have in order to
Okay. And your suggestions are at macro level.
yes,
Suggestions that you have given are at macro level, right? Which has already been implemented by the government, and you have just told us what the government has already done. There is no um, like insight into what you have done and how you are suggesting. Am I correct?
yes, ma'am. This,
Okay.
ma'am,
Shall
I
I,
am
ma'am?
saying that the current measures are not still it is not implemented properly. That it should be implemented with more support, like some for support of government has not reached the persons who needed that. So that's why I use these suggestions.
Okay, Akhil.
Yes, ma'am.
So your topic was the impact of COVID-19 in the Indian economy,
Yes, ma'am.
isn't it? You told that the COVID-19, it was complete lockdown, you were not able to step out and all those. So why did you take such a vast topic? You could have limited your study, how can
Ma'am,
you get some questionnaire from some very simple organizations or very few organizations or employees and come to a conclusion about the Indian economy, how it is affected? Like ma'am told, all these things what you have given in the findings and suggestions has already been published. What is your role? What is your finding? And how did you get any findings, if any? Have you given your own findings from the study? You told you have used primary
ma'am,
data. You told you
I,
have given the questionnaire to some
yes,
organizations,
I,
employees, and all. So, what is the
no, ma'am.
findings from that?
I have not mentioned that. I have not given any questionnaire. I have just inquired some business persons residing near to me. They have told from their opinion only. I have drawn some conclusions about the business sectors.
Oh, so from
So
the response of
neighbors,
employees or organizations around you, you have
yes,
concluded that it is the whole for Indian economy.
No, no, ma'am. I have just taken
Mm.
as a sample. They are just,
Mm.
they are just,
So what is your sample then?
they
You
just
told convenient
one of the
sampling and all.
my my uncle runs a small manufacturing sector, so he was
Oh,
my first consultant.
okay.
So
So how can
yeah,
that be a conclusion for Indian economy? That is what is my question. You have done a sample study of one or two very few persons, and you have concluded that it is the for whole of India. It is the same. How can you generalize like that? Do you
that ma'am,
understand what I
ma'am,
mean?
yes ma'am,
Taking
yes
such a
ma'am.
small sample size and doing a study, you cannot give it as the final for the whole of Indian economy. At least you could have told that could have changed the topic and you could have done a study in a small area where it will be possible for you to do. And if you have given some findings and suggestions, it will be a little more apt, because
And
this
due to
all these things what you have mentioned has already been published and it has already come in various articles and newspapers and all. So this is and all, it's already there. You have not contributed anything special by doing your study. You could have done like that. That is what I mean. Okay.
okay ma'am.
When you do a study, you do it in an area where it will be accessible for you. You can collect questionnaire, and by taking a very less sample, you cannot generalize it and tell for the whole of Indian economy. This is the thing. Okay, and because you have told that various you have approached some various organization employees and all, then it becomes a primary study, and you are telling that primary data you have not collected. So you have so many contradictions in what you have told. So you take a small area, you do a in-depth study, and then you give your findings and suggestions. That will be more better. Okay.
Okay, okay ma'am.
Okay. So thank you again. Otherwise, it was okay. Your presentation and everything was okay. Okay.
Thank you, Akhil. Thank you, ma'am. Next participant is Avinash K. Avinash,
Yes, ma'am.
you can start now. You can start your introduction.
Okay, good afternoon, all. So, my name is Avinash. So, I have actually completed my graduation in BCom Computer Application from Yurshetra Institute. Currently, I am pursuing my MBA in Finance from Christ University, Bangalore. So, thank you, Anand, for especially Yurshetra College for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my paper in front of this esteemed guest. So, looking forward to the presentation.
Avinash, wait for some time. We are playing.
Yes, ma'am, sure.
My name is Avinash. I am currently pursuing my MBA in Finance specialization from Christ University, Bangalore. The paper which I will be presenting here in the international conference is entitled as A Comparative Study on the Performance Evaluation of Active versus Passive Mutual Funds. Uncertainty is prevailing all around the world right now. In this uncertain situation, it is very important for us to efficiently and effectively make investments looking forward ahead, and as well as to manage the investments which we have already made. So one such form of investment is the mutual fund. So this paper throws some light with regard to the two types of mutual funds, that means the active and the passive mutual funds, or we can say it as the active way of investing or the passive way of investing, and find out which way of investing or which mutual fund had a superior performance in the past few years. In an actively managed mutual fund, there will be a professional fund manager who uses his experience, and he will judge and build a portfolio, and thus he will try to beat the benchmark and generate returns. Whereas in the passively managed mutual fund, it often follows the benchmark or the market index and will try to replicate the return that the benchmark provides. Passively managed mutual funds are less riskier, while the actively managed mutual funds are high riskier. So the objectives of this study is to find out which fund, whether it's the actively managed mutual funds or the passively managed mutual funds, is best suited for the Indian market, and also to analyze the performance of the actively and passively managed mutual funds using the Sharpe ratio, Trainer ratio, Jensen's alpha, standard deviation, and also as well as on the annual return basis, and also to know which type of investment is helping the investors to get a higher returns. Another objective is to find out whether the high risk associated with the actively managed fund is resulting in a higher returns for the investors. Coming to the statement of the problem. For quite some years, there has been a debate around the market as to which is the correct form of investment style that suit the investors. Many people go for the active way of investing and many go for the passive way of investing without knowing anything. So in this case, there comes the necessity to study and find out which is the most suited way of investing. It depends, it varies as per the persons. So there comes the necessity of comparing both forms of investment styles. Review of literature. So empirical studies that have been conducted shows that the actively managed mutual funds have able to generate higher returns for the investors, even though it has got a greater risk appetite. And also another thing is that the actively managed mutual funds are better in exploiting the market inefficiencies. It means that when the market is inefficient, the actively managed mutual funds are able to capitalize upon those inefficiencies and thus are able to successfully beat its benchmark. For one such example is that let's take the case of America. In America, the market is very efficient. So in that case, it will be good to go with passive way of investing rather than with the active way of investing. But whereas in India, the market is inefficient, and in that case, the actively managed mutual funds will be successful and will help in generating higher returns for the investors. So coming to the project methodology, the population of the study consists of the 44 asset management companies in India. For the purpose of the study, we are taking 10 actively managed mutual funds and 10 passively managed mutual fund schemes. The period of the study is for 5 years, that is from 2015 to 2019. And the schemes are selected on the basis of simple random sampling. And to analyze the mutual funds, we are using the technical analysis. The technical analysis includes the Sharpe ratio, standard deviation, tracking error, Jensen's alpha, and Trainer ratio. So the Sharpe ratio, it measures the risk adjusted return of the portfolio, whereas the standard deviation shows the variation in the return. The tracking error, it is the difference between the fund's performance and its underlying benchmark index. The Jensen's alpha shows the ability of the fund manager in beating the market with his stock picking skills. The Trainer ratio shows how much excess return was generated for each unit of risk that has been taken. So the findings says that the actively managed mutual funds have shown a higher tracking error compared to the passively managed funds. While taking the standard deviation, the actively managed mutual funds have shown a higher standard deviation than the passively managed mutual funds. Taking the Trainer ratio, the actively managed mutual funds have shown a higher trainer ratio than the passively managed mutual funds. It means that actively managed mutual funds was successful in generating excess return for each unit of risk that has been taken. Then coming to the Sharpe ratio, the actively managed funds has shown a higher Sharpe ratio than the passively managed mutual funds. It means that the risk adjusted return provided by the active fund is higher than the passive funds. And also the annual return for the actively managed mutual funds was higher than that of the passively managed mutual funds. And coming to the Jensen's alpha, it shows that the actively managed mutual funds have able to generate a positive alpha than when compared to the passively managed funds. So the results are depicted in a graphical format. It shows the first graph shows the average tracking error, the second shows the average standard deviation, and third shows the average tracking error, the fourth shows the average Sharpe ratio, and as well as the fifth shows the average annual return, and last it's the average Jensen's alpha. Coming to the conclusions which we can draw on the basis of the study that has been carried out is that the actively managed mutual funds has shown a higher performance when compared to the passively managed mutual funds over the past 5 years. And also, the high risk that has been associated with the actively managed mutual funds has been able to generate a very high return to the investors as well. Then coming to the technical analysis that includes the Sharpe ratio, trainer ratio, Jensen's alpha and tracking error, all four parameters signifies or makes one thing more clear is that the active way of investing was more successful when we are taking a span of 5 years than the passively managed mutual funds. So it means that the actively managed mutual funds has given a superior returns while comparing all these parameters. One notable conclusion which we can draw from this study is that the passively managed mutual funds were performing worse in the initial years, but in the past few years, the performance of the passively managed mutual funds has been increasing. So if this increasing trend goes on for some more years, then we can see a potential shift from active way of investing to passive way of investing, as the passive way of investing or the passively managed mutual funds has got a very high growth potential. So I just conclude that which type of investment strategy, whether it's active or passive, it depends upon the risk taking ability of that particular investor. If that particular investor is a very high risk taking person, then active way of investing will be chosen by that particular investor. Instead, if a particular investor is a risk averse person and is not willing to take risk, then passive way of investing is the choice for him. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Ma'am,
Yes,
Silvi ma'am and Matilda ma'am.
yes.
We are here. Avinash, your presentation was good.
Thank you, ma'am.
And the topic was also good, where you have done a comparative study between active and passive mutual fund performance.
Yeah.
As a layman, right? If I have to invest,
Sorry, ma'am, your voice is breaking.
what benefit from your study? How does your study guide me? How does your study guide me to invest? As a layman, I do not know anything about mutual funds. How do you think, with the help of your study, I can make it better?
Yes, ma'am. So basically, how my study helps for a layman to invest in mutual funds is that, first of all, we need to know that particular person's risk averse. I mean, what is his risk taking ability? Whether he's a high risk person, is preferring high risk, or whether he's preferring a low risk. So that's one of the main important parameter which I consider before you choose whether it's go for active or passive. So after you choose your risk factor, then comes which fund you need to invest in. So that's where my study provides significance, because there might be cases like whether the active funds will be giving 12% of return, but the passive funds will be giving only 10% return. But there comes the other parameters as well as the standard deviation, Jensen's alpha, trainer ratio, and all. So imagine when we are getting an annual return of 12% in active funds with a standard deviation of 11%, and in the passive funds we are getting a return of 10% with a mere standard deviation of 2 to 3%. So in that kind of situations, it's very important that we need to go for passive way of investing, because yes, when we are looking at return only, the active is giving more return, but there are also the other parameters. So in that case, it will help one particular investor to uh, to foresee each and every factors as to how all these factors are playing an important role in generating returns. So in that way, he can actually choose which type of mutual fund he need to invest in.
Okay, good explanation, good answer.
Thank you, ma'am.
Avinash, I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you arrive at your sampling? You said like you have chosen 10 active and 10 passive mutual funds. How
Yeah.
did you arrive at this number of samples?
Actually, because of time constraint was one of the main issue that we actually limited my samples to only 10 active and 10 passive funds. But one research gap which I am identified, and that's why the main reason why I conducted this study is because there was not much study happened in the past 5 years with regard to this area. So the paper which I last seen was that it was just a comparative study for only 1 year. That's 2015. So as we all know, the market keeps changing every day. So in that case, for an investor, for a potential investor, if he need to investing, he must at least know a minimum of 5 years trend as to how some of the best mutual funds in the market are performing. So in that case, because of the time constraint, I just limited it to only 10 sample, 10 active and 10 passive funds.
Avinash, my question is, how did you choose those 10 active and 10 passive mutual fund?
It was just a random pick, ma'am, because in order to eliminate.
Can I say that it is convenient? To your convenience, you chose 10 active and 10 passive mutual funds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you say that for trainers model and standard deviation, you came up with charts, right?
Yeah, actually that research I debited in the chart format.
Yeah. Did you work out, or you got it from the mutual company websites?
No. Actually, I just work it for every month. The opening and closing, I just work out for all the funds, and then I took the average for each fund, and then calculated the average for the entire year of that all 10 passive and active funds.
Okay, good. Matilda, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And Avinash, very good presentation. And I think the topic is really a little bit different from what we usually see. So, congratulations for taking a different topic. And so have you collect what type of data you have used for this study? Is it only primary or it is only secondary?
It's basically a full secondary data, ma'am, because all these data are available in the Amphi website, and
yes.
So basically, it was just taking data from that websites and then applying all the technical analysis mainly through Excel, and then arriving at.
Uh-huh. So this performance, the secondary data, you got it from the site. So you took it for all the last 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And you,
On the monthly basis, I just took it.
okay. Okay. So you have shown it as you have taken the source from where you have taken and all you have shown in your research paper, no? Hard copy?
Yeah.
You have shown it. Okay. So, like ma'am asked, how can a layman or a person who doesn't know anything about mutual fund, what suggestion will you give him? Like he doesn't know about his risk and all, the risk taking capability and all. Then how will you just suggest him?
Okay, so basically, so in that case, we just look at what is his income capacity, whether he has how much money to invest, and also that money whether he is taking to whether he's willing to take a high risk. Because if a person will be having only 10,000 money to invest, so in that case, we'll be asking him how confident are you in taking risk? Because if you invest in this 10,000, there are chances that you will get 20,000, and also there are chances that you will lose all that 10,000.
Yes.
There's a chances that you will get 13,000, but in case you lose, it will be only limited to 8,000. So depends upon the amount which he have, and also depends upon whether he's willing to take a risk, because psychological factor plays a very important role in which type of fund we need to choose. Because mostly what we see is that many people often tends to follow what others say. Because if I am an investor and let's say that I am investing in active funds and I'm giving that kind of opinion to other person, and without knowing anything, that person might also end up in investing in that funds. But imagine my kind of situation, even though if I'm lose funds, it's okay for me because I have other sources of income also to cover up as well. But that particular investor may not be having any other sources of income. So in that case, the income which he have also plays a very important role.
Oh, okay, Avinash. So how can you define this active and passive? Can you suggest, have you taken the same mutual funds for all the 5 years? I don't think there is any classification in the result of the companies when whether it is active or passive. Is it there?
Ma'am, actually, the passive funds usually use particular benchmark. Like, for example, we can say index funds.
Okay.
So, one example I can give is the LIC Mutual Fund Index Nifty Fund. So, it was Nifty 50 mainly. So, in that case, that fund will be following the performance of that Nifty 50 mark.
Okay.
That's the passively managed fund. Whereas the actively managed fund will be following it will not follow, it will try to beat that benchmark. So let's say for an LNT India Value Fund, its benchmark will be S&P 500. So what S&P 500 is giving return, if it's giving a return of 12%, what these active funds will be looking at is that they will try to exceed that 12% and make it around more than 12, like let's say around 20 or 22.
Okay.
So that's the actively managed funds, ma'am.
Okay. So, do you think that your study is gives a clear idea to a layman? He can understand from your study. Do you feel that?
Yes, ma'am. Because in the past 5 years, based upon we can find that if you are taking all parameters, the active perform really well. But we cannot fully deny the fact that passive funds are not perform well, because initially it was performing worstly, but past 2 years, if you see that graph, it clearly shows that the graph is upward trend. So in that, we can say that it's actually increasing right now.
Okay. So, what is the future scope like that? If you can tell something.
Sorry, ma'am.
What is the scope of the study in the future? Can you suggest something to others who are going to do research, who are interested in doing research in this area?
Yes, ma'am. One scope is that we can increase the duration of the study, because I just took 5 years.
5 years.
So
Okay.
clarity, we can take more years.
More years. Okay. And like ma'am asked, you took 10 as a convenient number. No, what about that? What do you feel like that? Is 10 enough for a study? For generalizing or for coming to some conclusion that number 10, what you have taken, 10 active and 10 passive, will it be enough?
To get a fair bit of idea, it will be enough, ma'am. But I told to have a much more detailed and clear cut study, I guess then we need to go for much higher time frame of 10 duration by taking around 20 or 30 funds in passive and active.
Okay. Thank you very much, Avinash. Very good presentation and very good topic once again. So,
Yeah,
thank you.
Matilda ma'am, is it over? Guhaselvi ma'am, is it over?
Yes, ma'am, it is over.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Guhaselvi ma'am and Dr. Matilda ma'am, for sparing your valuable time for us. Hope that your comments brought many positive ideas for all the participants. The next session is validatory session. It will be starting by 5 minutes, and we have to declare the best paper. So participants, please remain here. The best paper will be awarded and the feedback link also will be given. So all remain here just for taking a decision. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Now the time is 1:45 p.m. over here in India. Now we are officially entering into the valedictory ceremony of this 2-day international conference on management in uncertain environment, organized by Department of Management, Yokshetra Institute of Management Studies, Palakkad, Kerala. To start off, before we start off this this valedictory function, I'm requesting everyone to raise your hearts to the Almighty God to shower His blessings upon all of us. Now, prayer. Now we'll start off the session with a prayer because through these 2 days we had a very wonderful session. We didn't have faced any kind of a difficulties, even though we had professors from all over the country, mainly from UK, Sri Lanka, Saudi Arabia, Oman. So they are all able to come to our conference, and they were all able to present very well. They were able to give some valuable informations to all the participants, and now it's a very blessing from the Almighty God. So we should give we should give our respects back to the Almighty. So as a token and as a start off for the valedictory function, we shall have a prayer.
My Jesus, my Savior, Lord, there is none like you. All of my days, I want to praise the wonders of my my comfort, my shelter, tower of refuge and strength, and every breath, all that I am, never cease to I sing for joy at the words of your hand. Forever I love you, forever I stand. Nothing compares to the promise I have. Oh, nothing compares to the promise I have in you.
Yes. Now,
Very good morning to all of you. I congratulate.
yes. Now we'll start off with the welcome speech by Professor Prajita Prasad, Assistant Professor. Sorry, Professor Prajita Prasad, Department of Management, Yokshetra Institute of Management Studies. Ma'am, hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Please.
Yes. The end of a story is the new beginning for many others. On this note, let us conclude a remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable validatory session. A warm good afternoon to the galaxy of intellectuals, invited guests, professors, students, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tejida, Assistant Professor of your Department of Management, YIMS. It's a matter of immense pride to stand here before all of you to deliver the welcome speech on this occasion. I would like to welcome a personality who is not only a great motivation to all of us, but a visionary and the person who give us the belief to bring together this event. He is none other than our beloved director, Reverend Father Matthew George Wari. Welcome you, Father. Next, I would like to welcome Reverend Father Shaju Angevite, Bursar of YIMS, who plays a huge role in success of our staff and students. Welcome you, Father. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome backbone of our department, Ms. Shailaja Menon, Head of the Department of Management, who always stand behind us by providing valuable guidance and support. Welcome you, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Remya J, Program Coordinator of this event, who is going to present the conference report. I must mention her effort taken to make this event realistic. With wholehearted wishes, welcome you, ma'am. Last but not least, I would like to welcome all the delegates, speakers, assistant professors, participants, and students. Once again, welcome you all to the validatory function. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now we are about to start off with the conference report, and now I request Dr. Ramya J, Professor, Department of Management, Yorkshire Institute of Management Studies, Palakkad, Kerala. Ma'am, over to you.
Most respected dignitaries of the conference, teachers, mentors, dear professional comrades, participants, my dear students, a warm good afternoon to you all. It's my privilege to stand before you to present a detailed report on this two-day international conference on management in uncertain environment. This is the first conference in the history of our college where the entire conference took place on a digital platform without any doubt. I can proudly announce that this conference has a huge success with all your support and efforts. The outbreak of coronavirus COVID-19 has brought the whole world itself in a crisis. So as the concerns and other related sectors, including the education wing looking at these changes. This conference has envisaged to conduct and bring all the professionals under one umbrella to discuss the issues faced by the world and to bring an innovative solution to this problem. The inaugural function of the two-day international conference was held on 27th August 2020 through your Kshetra portal via Google Meet. The conference started at 9:30 a.m. with a prayer rendered by Jemi Femi of 3rd BBA of YIMS. Ms. Shailaja Menon, HOD, Department of Management, welcomed the chief guest, dignitaries, and all invited guests all across the world. Our director, Reverend Dr. Matthew George Varel, delivered the presidential address. Our principal, Dr. Tommy Anthony Sir, gave a perfect benedictory address to the conference. Next was a most awaited session, the inauguration, by Professor Stanley Oliver from UK. He officially inaugurated our session through his wonderful words and virtually enlightened the Velaka through Google Meet. Our vice principal gave a beautiful felicitation to our delegates. Then, vote of thanks was delivered by me, the program coordinator of the conference. After the inaugural session, the two keynote lecture sessions were held. The first session was delivered by our chief guest, Professor Stanley Oliver, on the topic Leadership and Employee Responsibility During Uncertainty. The second keynote lecture session was handled by Reverend Joby Kunnatheta from Italy on the topic Psychological Application in Uncertain Environment. After the session, the participants presented their paper in their allotted chairs, which was simultaneously telecasted in two different meeting IDs. The first chair was evaluated by Dr. Rejoice Thomas, Professor, Christ University, Bangalore, and Dr. Devi Premnath, Associate Professor, Jansen School of Business, Coimbatore. The second chair was evaluated by Dr. Deepa Venugopal, Associate Professor, DJ Academy of Managerial Excellence, and Dr. S. Ramalakshmi, Assistant Professor, Yuvashetra Institute of Management Studies, Palakkad. In both the sessions, 7 participants presented their paper through a recorded video, and they were present live for receiving the criticism. The second day of international conference started with a prayer at 9:30 a.m. Dr. Joseph Verghese, Assistant Professor and Program Coordinator, welcomed the event. The presidential address was delivered by Reverend Father Shaiju Pariyat, Assistant Director, YIMS. Dr. W.R.P.K. Fernando from University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka, officially inaugurated the second session by delivering the inaugural speech. The felicitation for the session was delivered by Dr. C. Radhapriya, Lecturer, University of Al Musana, Oman. Ms. Jisha Shankar, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, YIMS, delivered the vote of thanks. After the official inauguration, the keynote lecture session was given by Dr. W. R. P. K. Fernando on the topic Economy of Sri Lanka during COVID-19, Dr. Radhapriya on the topic Managing Finance in Sustained Economic Prosperity in Sultanate of Oman, Dr. Suja Sundaram on the topic Business Hike in Digital Marketing During Pandemic. The participants for paper presentation was divided again into 2 chairs and presentation started at 11:45 a.m. The judging panel for the first chair were Dr. Guha Selvi, Associate Professor, GRD Academy of Management, Coimbatore, and Dr. Matilda Dani, HOD, Department of Commerce, IMS. The second chair was shared by Dr. J. Clement Sudhakar, Professor, School of Management, Karunya University, and Dr. Anand K., Assistant Professor, Government Victoria College, Palakkad. In both the chairs, 7 participants presented their papers through a recorded video, and they were present live for receiving the criticism. A total number of 35 participants presented their insights on various topics through this platform. The judging panel has given their valuable suggestion and feedback to the participants and at the end of the presentation. And the presentation session wound up at 1:15 p.m. today. And the final evaluation was given by Dr. Suryakala, Associate Professor, SNGIMS. She has selected the best paper and it will be announced after the session by our director, Reverend Dr. Matthew George Varel. And the best paper will be awarded with cash prize. With all your support, we had successfully conducted our conference. Each one of the delegates, participants, speakers, and the management of the college deserves the success. Once again, thank you all for making this event fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for that conference entire report. Now, the most awaited time of this conference, this paper presentation is on rewarding the best paper. I request Director, Yorkshire Institute of Management Studies, Reverend Dr. Matthew George Warrell, to provide the best paper in this conference. Father, over to you.
So good afternoon. First of all, let me congratulate the Department of Management for the well organization of two-day international conference on management in uncertain environment. Hope and expect you have all enjoyed the paper presentations and you have merited from the paper presentations. Totally 26 papers were presented and we had 35 participants. And best paper, I am happy to announce the best paper presentation, that is Yogesh Subbu, Karunya University. Congratulations and best wishes. The paper was an analysis on impact of transition from IGAAP to India. So once again, congratulations to the Department of Management, all the teachers, and all the participants, and all the resource persons. Thank you and best wishes.
Thank you, Father. Now we shall listen to our Bursar of Yorkshire Institute of Management Studies, Reverend Father Shaju Angi Vittil.
A very good morning to all of you. I congratulate the Management Department of Yorkshire College for the successful two-day international conference on management in uncertain environment. Globalization, together with growth in science and technology, changed the business sphere drastically and dramatically in the last few decades. Despite so many natural and human disasters during this time, we have managed to bounce back every time, perhaps after a period of setback. Uncertainty is like the weather, it's always there, part of the atmosphere, and a condition over which individuals and organizations have very little control. The severity of uncertainty, like the severity of weather, can rise and fall. If there is one thing that is certain in business, it is uncertainty, and COVID-19 is only the latest example. Many of our big failures in the past, such as Kingfisher Airlines, Jet Airways, and Hotel Leela Venture, have occurred due to downplaying the uncertainty factor in future planning. We have been attending so many experienced experts and scholarly paper presentations about this topic in these 2 days. There is no problem without an answer. So every challenge can make us stronger. I hope a great response to this pandemic also, and wish you all a bright future and all success, and have a nice time. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Now, our main resource person who was supposed to be here yesterday live is here right now, Professor Stanley Oliver from United Kingdom. Hello, Professor. I hope
Hello.
you're able to join us. Hello, Professor. How are
I
you?
am. I'm good.
Thank you, Professor. Please say a
Right.
few words to, we're in the ending day.
I will do that. Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. It is my honor and great pleasure to say a few words to you all at the closing of this inaugural two-day international virtual conference on management in an uncertain environment. The conference has highlighted in the various sessions a wide range of research activities with regards to business and society in the context of the present worldwide crisis with COVID-19. The sharing of research experience, knowledge, and ideas, especially in this COVID-19 era, has been outstanding in my opinion. And I commend you all for your various contributions. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the conference organizing committee for their incredible hard work in making this wonderful conference happen. Without their diligent endeavors, we would not have all come together to enjoy this memorable experience. I would also like to thank you, the participants, for joining us and giving your valuable time to the event's activities. In closing, I hope that all of you have enjoyed participating in this inaugural virtual conference. In addition to this, I wish everyone a very big thank you for making this a wonderful two-day experience for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. It's really nice to hear from you. So hope we can meet up and do more programs or more events tying up with you,
Certainly.
sir. Thank you. Thank you so
Certainly.
much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, now we are entering into the last stage of this valedictory function. I invite Professor Shailaja Menon, HOD, Department of Management, Yokshetra Institute of Management Studies, Palakkad, Kerala, to deliver the vote of thanks. Ma'am, over to you.
A very good afternoon to all, respected dignitaries and delegates, participants, and audience. The best and beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched, they must be felt by heart. Thank you is one such prayer among them. It's a great privilege to propose a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries who have witnessed this conference as a memorable and successful event. Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude. On behalf of Department of Management, I take this opportunity to thank our director, Reverend Dr. Matthew George Warrell, Principal, Dr. Tommy Anthony, Vice Principal, Reverend Dr. Lalu Olikal, Assistant Director, Father Chaiju Pariyath, Barsar of Yuvakshetra College, Reverend Father Shaju Angevitil, for giving constant support and motivation for all the pursuit of all the activities of the department. Next, my sincere gratitude to our chief guest for day one, Professor Stanley Oliver, and for day two, Professor W.R.P.K. Fernando, who inaugurated the conference on the respective 2 days. They both graced us with their thought provoking address and set a perfect platform for the conference. Thank you, sirs. Next, I would like to thank all our keynote speakers, Reverend Father Joby Kunnatheta, Dr. C. Radhapriya, Dr. Suja Sundaram. Without your presence, we can't complete the conference. We will even remark, grateful to you all, and thank you for being with us on these 2 days. Next, I would like to thank all the invited delegates and for their active involvement and willingness for the completion of our conference from the bottom of my heart, who graced this presentation platform with their valuable suggestions and feedback. I express my sincere thanks to all the participants who presented their papers, which fulfilled the main objective of this event. Thank you, all the participants. I would like to thank the program coordinators of this conference, Dr. Ramya J. and Dr. Joseph Verghese, and my team members for their continuous efforts from the last 1 month for making this conference a great success. Thank you. Next, I would like to thank Mr. Sujit PV and Mr. Girish, who gave all the technical support for the smooth conduct of this event. Thank you. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all my students and students of various colleges, Yuvakshetra family members, for their virtual presence and support. Once again, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Now, the ending, we are ending our valedictory function with our national anthem. We shall all rise. Sir, yes, everyone. Now the entire conference is over, come to an end. Now the certificates for the conference, the feedback form link will be sent to the ICMUE WhatsApp group. So you can get the certificates from there. For the participants, you can get the certificates from there. And for the resource persons and for the panel members, your appreciation letters will be provided to you by email. Thank you so much.